just like that, we are back. I'm going to check to make sure we have audio here, and we do. We're back up and running. I did not want to keep wonderful people trying to tune in to this live stream waiting any longer than I have to. So we are back and live from the 2021 Javelina 100. We are just past the 24-hour mark for wave 1. So anyone who started at 6 a.m., they have missed the cutoff to start their final loop. And they will be finishing now under the overall cutoff if they are coming into the finish, but they will not be finishing under 24 hours. However, we do have multiple waves. So there is the possibility that we have the runners who started at 6:15 still coming through in sub 24 hours for the time being. And so we are going to send it to our Gretchen cam here in just a second so you can see the vibe. You can see the beautiful colors of the desert sky as the sun is slowly starting to creep up there behind the mountains. There are few things as beautiful as a desert sunrise there. And so as we get a little bit more light out there, we will also be able to bring you all a little bit better, a little bit more on-course coverage, a little bit more follow cam runners. It's a little harder right now, just given how dark it is. You know, we're looking at headlamps for the most part, but we appreciate you all sticking with us and enjoying the atmosphere here at the Javelina 100. You can see the tents are starting to roll, and I believe there to the right, that is our big top merge tent where runners come through. It looks like we do have a runner coming through on their way
guys are doing great
to finish their journey. And so we will bring it momentarily to the start-finish cam as they will be approaching, and we want to make sure we don't miss their finish. And you're seeing the headlamps from runners and crews and volunteers. So let's go ahead and move it to the aid station cam here as we now await the runners we just saw come through the tent. That tent is still probably a good 400 to 600 meters away from the finish, which doesn't seem like much when you run essentially 100 miles, but it's still a little bit of a journey. However, they are running right through Tent Village, where all the crews and support teams' tents are set up. They will be getting encouragement the entire time. And so here we have Runners making their way to the finish here. We will see what we have here. And it looks like that was Sherry Schumer with the official. Oh, wait, I apologize. I was looking at the wrong tile there. They are going out on their finalists, so they would have been in wave 2 start, who just made the cutoff for that final loop. We should likely see our next finisher, probably still 15 minutes or so out. And so we are going to see if we can send it back out to Gretchen, who is perusing the Javelina headquarters grounds here. Let's see if we can pull that feed in. And there you see the sun starting to rise across the beautiful desert.
Doing great, almost there.
So while we wait on that feed to clean up a little bit here, we will bring it back to this there. It's cleaned up a little bit, and look at the beautiful colors coming across the desert sky. And we're gonna bring it back in to the start finish line here as we have runners coming in. We will see what we have going on here. It looks as if those runners coming in are likely going back out if they made the loop cutoff, which I believe they would be very close to. I do not believe those were finishers, though. We will keep an eye on that as we go back to, and it did look like those runners were going back out there as we take it back to Gretchen's camera here. And I think that feed just cut out, so we're going to bring it back to the start finish area here. And it looks like that individual that we saw come through was not going back out on another loop. That was a finisher, actually, 24 hours, 16 minutes, and 52 seconds on the finish for Trina Cholino. A huge shout out to her, getting the job done in just over 24 hours. And now we will continue to await as more runners are coming in, and we are trying to get you some on-course footage here as we can. And so we actually also now have some footage from Coyote Camp here. Let's see if I can get that pulled up here. There we have it. We are checking in with our great camera operator Tristan at Coyote Camp. This would be the first aid station that runners pass on each loop. So when they leave headquarters, start-finish area, and they make their journey, the first aid station they're going to reach just a mere 4 miles away is going to be this Coyote Camp aid station. And so you will see runners continue to trickle into this aid station. Runners that we saw just a little while ago, as we saw them pass through the start-finish area not long ago. And in the background there, you can see again the sun's starting to come up. We're going to be getting a little bit more light out on course. And we're super excited to be able to bring you all some amazing coverage all the way through the golden hour as we count down the hours. Our countdown is until noon local time, plus any additional wave start time. So let's go ahead and bring the feed back to our start-finish area here just for a quick check-in as we were awaiting runners, and you can see we're getting just a little bit more visibility and a little bit more visibility. So back to Coyote Camp we go here. And that's good. So for runners who came through, started the final loop in just under that 24-hour mark, they are going to have to continue to make good progress on this last loop to make the cutoff, as they need to basically run what their average lap times have been for the final loop. So it looks like we are heading out into the desert here. Beautiful sunrise.
Oh yeah. Say hi to the live stream.
That we're seeing. Shout out to our wonderful aid station volunteers there, delivering all the amazing goodies to help keep these runners moving forward and making progress towards finishing this thing up. Looks like we've got the Nutella, peanut butter.
Say hi to the live stream. Say hi to the live stream.
you know, these runners now have been out
Awesome.
an entire day, an entire
Sorry to
6
hiccups.
hours now. And they're just still continuing to progress and move forward. And those runners are in the cool, you know, basically nighttime temperature. So they were pre-sunrise and started to experience the heat of the day. And went through that, and now most of these runners that we're seeing are going to experience a little bit of heat again. So it's definitely one of the things that always plays a factor in the success of runners is dealing with those different elements. And so we are just outside the Coyote Camp aid station here, enjoying some beautiful views. Now you can already see, we're able to see the mountains off in the distance. We're able to see a lot more in just that length that we were able to see, you know, a mere 30 minutes ago.
Coyote Camp on the radio.
So there is the indicator that is the longest stretch on the course there as well, from Coyote Camp, where you are currently seeing, to Jackass Junction, which is kind of the halfway point along the course. It is about a 6.5 mile
runners coming
stretch,
in.
and does also have the most gain throughout the course as well. And you're going to bring it back to our finish line cam for you. And we are actually going to bring it back to Tristan over at Coyote Camp as we are watching runners try and get a little nourishment and get themselves back out on the trail so that they can continue their journey along the course here. And we are actually going to go back to the finish line here. See, and we just, I believe, just missed it. I couldn't get the camera feed pulled up in time. However, we did have James O'Brien just finish there. He had a finish time of 24 hours and 26 minutes. So James O'Brien is a 100-mile finisher here at the 2021 Javelina 100. And there you see him, I believe, getting a photo with the finish line banner there. And here it looks like we have another runner coming through and getting a good glimpse of the emotion there that was on full display, and that was Miss Allison J. She is 100-mile. Oh, I apologize. Yeah, that was Allison J., who has now finished the Javelina 100, a time of 24 hours, 28 minutes, and 4 seconds. And you can see the excitement and joy on her face there. We are going back out to Coyote Camp here.
Which buckle do you have there?
It looks like that runner in costume carrying.
Your ride.
Here, I can't tell. It appears to be possibly a runner there in
Say hi to the live
costume.
stream.
Hi. Yeah, it is, and that is Bib.
And he has a Javelina 100 buckle as well.
I can't.
Guten Tag.
I can't quite make it out.
Shout
but
out
they
to
have
my partner Lydia if she's watching.
Javelina 100 buckle
Shout out to
from the
Shout out
past
to Lydia. Love
as
you.
well.
Shout out to Lydia.
And they're just absolutely having a time out there, crushing it. They got pacers helping up their runners, getting them out of the Coyote Camp aid station and getting them back out on the trail as they make their journey from Coyote Camp out towards Jackass Junction. Again, the longest stretch in between aid stations, a 6.5-mile stretch. As they get their way out to basically the halfway point on the loop.
You did a good job of it, though. Welcome, guys. What time did you go?
Oh, I just wanted to wait.
Okay. You need one.
And we are going to bring it to the start-finish area, and we have a costume sighting. We have a dancing banana. Part of the Javelina experience is the costumes, and there you see the dancing banana playing to the camera. and Vanessa in the chat. The gentleman we saw at Coyote Camp aid station running in Lederhosen. I'm not sure what that is. It was apparently that gentleman's outfit, and I believe it looked really great. It was apparently German, according to Carl. I love the chat providing us with some context here. Good for that guy, you know, out there crushing it in a full outfit. And we are actually now going to send it out to. We will send it out to Gretchen on trail once we get that feed up. It looks like we just lost that feed. But as we are starting to get a little bit more daylight out here, and there is that feed. Let's go ahead and pull that in and get a little footage on the trail here. Visibility is increasing here. Runners not needing their headlamps quite as much. They may still need it a little bit as they dip into any of these washes where the sun is kind of tucked away behind the mountains there, but you're definitely starting to see the beautiful colors of the desert sunrise and a little bit more clarity as these runners are venturing on their final loop around the Javelina 100 course out at McDowell Mountain Regional Park. We're going to pull it in to the start-finish line here, as we have another runner crossing the line, and we will update you as we see it here. And it looks as if that she is heading out with her pacer, so she may have been a little bit of a late start or may have just missed that cutoff. I'm not 100% sure quite yet, but Sleeping Hiker in the chat, is the Javelina 100 an easy course, or they're just a ton of elites? So there are a good number of elite athletes participating in the event each year, and the course doesn't have a ton of elevation gain. However, there are other elements that really make the Javelina experience challenging, like dealing with the heat here. So, and while we have a moment, I am honored to be joined in studio by everyone's favorite Jamil Curry. So I'm going to switch seats here so that Jamil has the controls, and we're going to leave it on the start-finish cam, and we will be back with you in just a minute.
Well, good morning, good morning. We are looking at, can you hear? We're looking at the start finish, huh?
Yep, so we are currently on our static cam at the start finish. As again, we await some of the 100-mile and 100K runners.
Now we're looking at studio here. How you doing, sir?
I am great. How are you doing?
Good. I got a little bit of rest in. We're ready for day 2 here.
We're back. We are ready to close it out all the way to the golden hour here.
All right, great stuff. So these runners have been out here all night, making the loop. And yeah, I was out there last day. It was getting pretty chilly. I had 2 different puffies on. Believe it or not, from yesterday talking about how warm it was going to be to how cold it was last night. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, and for the runners as well, right? As they dealt with, temperatures in the mid 80s and then quite a bit of sun exposure, that temperature swing probably feels even more drastic for people who are out there sweating, shirts are wet, things like that. So I can imagine how it felt for runners. And even this morning, we've already seen, a number of runners with extra layers on as they went through the night, and the sun is now starting to kind of peak up.
Yep, definitely. We're going to try and go to trail cam here. We've got a little bit of view. It might come in and out a little bit, but there we go. We've got this from Gretchen out on the trail. Did you get a sense of where on course this particular spot is? I could put my guesses towards it.
I'm not 100% sure. When I saw her earlier, though, she was leaving headquarters out on the trail, so my guess would be that it's between headquarters and Coyote Camp, but I'm not 100% sure.
I don't know. I might need to watch it a little bit further, but you know what? This might be heading towards Rattlesnake on Cinch Trail. Because, yeah, on the right side, it looks like that is the scenic hills. So she, maybe in reverse of the runners, has that been people coming towards her probably?
Makes sense because Tristan is at Coyote Camp, so he likely went out the clockwise direction on course, and so
yeah,
Gretchen probably ran the counterclockwise direction and out on course towards Rattlesnake.
Yeah, so let's take a quick look here at Tristan. He is at Coyote Camp. You can see the big hookah tent. And this is a little bit of a view of that this morning. And so the runners would be, if you're looking here, they'd be heading towards him. Yep, and there they are. There are some as we speak. Heading on in there. So yeah, they're already in just t-shirts, ready to go.
Yeah, once the sun starts to peak over the mountains there, it's gonna start to feel a lot warmer than it did when it was fully dark out during that overnight stretch.
I will say some of the most beautiful sunrises I've seen have been on the Pemberton Trail, looking out in that direction that you just saw there. So if you ever get a chance to run this race or just get out to McDowell Mountain Regional Park, it is pretty spectacular place. I would say, yeah, the Sonoran Desert is definitely a beautiful place.
Yeah, I mean, as someone who is not a native to Phoenix or Arizona, I think that there are very few things as like aesthetically pleasing as a desert sunrise and a desert sunset. There's just something about the way that the colors pop over the vast desert landscape that's just truly amazing.
So let's catch back up. I think I left here yesterday. You were in the studio. I was out on site. Were you on when the winners came across?
I was. I was on air for pretty much the winner of every race we missed, Rory Moynihan, finishing and winning the Jackass 31K. But we were on when Arlen Glick came through and won the men's 100 mile. We were on air when Camille Herron came through, carrying like a glow stick or lightsaber in hand as she set a new women's course record. The one thing that we did miss was the men's 100K winner. Top two in the 100K, we we weren't able to see Tyler Andrews a little too quick, but yeah, we were on air or I was able to get to witness behind the desk the winners of most of the races yesterday, and it was a lot of fun getting to see really the podiums for both men and women, specifically in the 100-mile, come through because the top two men earned their ticket to Western States, and the first and third place female would have earned their golden tickets to Western States as well, and it was amazing to see the excitement on their faces in what they accomplished.
Yeah, it's incredible. Just being out there on site, witnessing it was really awesome. There was a ton of energy. Jubilee was hyping up the crowd, getting everyone within earshot out there to line the course as those runners came in, and especially the added excitement of having a golden ticket race at Javelina 100 this year. And I spoke with Arlen Glick, the men's champion this year and golden ticket recipient. And it's funny because we talked about this yesterday in the pre-show. Let me get you guys a live look at the finish line here real quick before I do tell you about that. There we go. So, I spoke with him at the finish line, and he said he, of course, has won, I think, prior to Javelina, 5 of the last 600s he's run. So it's kind of the current king of hundreds. No offense to Carl Meltzer or Jeff Browning. As soon as he saw that they announced that the Javelina 100 mile was going to be a qualifier, he said, "This is my shot right here." He told me he doesn't feel like he's quick enough at 100K to win a ticket, which is a bit shocking when you consider he's one of the fastest 100-milers of all time. So I don't know how much I believe it, but I'm just going by his word, and he surely backed it up yesterday out here.
Yeah, and I mean, these kind of flatter or rolling 100-mile courses are probably just more in his wheelhouse currently, so that's probably just where he feels more comfortable. He ran a little over 13 hours for 100 miles, so he's obviously more than capable of running a pretty quick 100K. But I imagine that when he saw Javelina and saw the elevation profile and saw that it was going to be a golden ticket race, he probably thought that it was right up his alley. On Umstead earlier in the year, which is a similar-ish kind of race in the sense that it's a little bit of a loop-based course. Doesn't have a ton of elevation gain. It's obviously in March on the East Coast, so it's not super hot. That is the one big difference. And coming into the race was my one maybe concern with Arlen as a Midwesterner, as an Ohio native. Just how would he respond to these mid 80-degree temperatures and full sun exposure? And he handled it perfectly.
Yeah, he spoke a little bit to that as well. Still waking up here. Yeah, he was saying coming from Ohio, the cold has already settled in a bit, so he was just a little bit unsure, but clearly it wasn't a factor.
Yeah, I mean, whatever his heat mitigation strategy was, it was obviously very effective for him, and he absolutely knocked it out of the park. And the second-place finisher, Ryan Montgomery, also with this really strong run, and those two kind of went off the front straight away, which wasn't necessarily surprising, but they were quite a bit ahead of Cole Watson, a few minutes ahead from the start. And Cole traditionally goes out pretty honest as well. So they just kind of sent it, and it panned out for him.
Yeah, mine is Dave Stevens, of course, on the first loop.
Yep.
So let's take a look here at our live look. It's 24 hours, 48 minutes, and into this race. So we are into our second day here, and as you can see, our banana in charge over here. Shout out to Morgan Weinberg for taking the reins over there a little bit.
Oh, is that Morgan?
fairly certain. She was wearing that yesterday when I saw her. So, and I know she was supposed to give Jubilee a little bit of relief this morning. So it looks like she's having a good time out there.
Amazing. And now that we are closing in on the 25-hour mark, and that definitely is Morgan now that we see the face. Runners have now passed the cutoff for starting their final loop for the 100-mile and 100K, regardless of wave start time.
Yeah, that's a great reminder. So that means at this point in time, anyone coming through is going to be a finisher of having 100, whether that's 100K, 100-mile. We, of course, still have both out there.
Or timing out, correct?
I guess that is true.
Yeah.
That is true. I'm not sure how many would be this far over.
Yeah.
A lot of times you get people cutting it a little bit close, but yeah, it is definitely possible. So yeah, you're looking out there, the sun rising behind. Yeah. It's day 2, baby.
Let's go. It's exciting as we close in on the golden hour. We're a little over 5 hours away from the cutoff for those who started in wave 1, which means that we are a little over 4 hours from the start of what will be the golden hour.
I'm just going to send a quick note to one of our camera operators, unless you already have.
I am right now.
Okay, great. We were just noticing that one of our cameras is here. It's just needs a little orientation fix.
So we should have a camera out at Rattlesnake Ranch shortly. We're just trying to get the camera oriented, like Jamil just said, so that we can continue to bring you all some amazing coverage. And I believe there was Rattlesnake Ranch was the campfire cam for last night.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so we got a nice shot of it. I received a photo from Sarah Ostaszewski of her and her sister enjoying the campfire there, reminiscent of the Cocodona times where we had a lot of campfire cams over the course of the week.
That's right. Yep, great to see that.
And it looks like we have finisher coming in here.
Buckle up, so to speak.
Yeah. And Morgan in the banana costume is definitely still keeping the energy alive and well at the finish line area.
Apologize for the glitchiness of our feed. It seems to be bugging out just a little bit.
And again, we will have you some footage from Rattlesnake here shortly. I believe our camera operator, Miss Jennifer, is going to refresh her feed. Oh, and there we go. I definitely just saw her camera turn. It is still showing vertical on our end.
I could try it and see if see what it ends up looking like. Looks great there. Should be coming in.
Yeah, there we go.
There's the view from Rattlesnake Ranch. Now we were at Coyote just a minute ago. And now this is Rattlesnake Ranch. She pans around. You can see if we have any runners there. We got at least one couple in there. And like we were saying, at this point, this is just about 3.8 miles to the finish of the race right here. I guess it is possible someone could be over. It'd be fair bit over at this point, so it's most likely people going in for their finish.
Yep. So again, we have a question in the chat from Dick Danforth. What happened to Devin? Hope she's okay. Yeah, so we had a couple different reports on Devin. She wasn't feeling well coming in, and still just went full send and ran up near the front as Devin Yanko does, and gave it the best effort she could. But I believe she wasn't feeling well, and I heard that she also may have taken a bit of a tumble as well, and so she needed to call it a day for a couple of different reasons, and obviously we hope that she is feeling better and healing up and doing well.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I did catch up with Devin and Corinne Malcolm briefly last night as they were both wearing onesies when I saw them, which is hilarious and awesome. There was actually a ton of onesies out there. It's kind of a different story, but yeah, she was saying exactly that. Not only not feeling super well going into the race and questioning if she should even toe the line, but that little bit of a tumble kind of sent it over the edge. And she was saying that, if it was like 100K distance, maybe she could have gutted it out and gone for it. But 100 miles, she didn't want to put herself in a hole if she already, has a little bit of like health compromise for this week. So
Yeah, because she dropped at around 40 miles, right?
yeah, after 2 laps.
Yeah,
So
so that would have been it's a long ways to gut it out, especially when you're not feeling well coming in, yeah, you definitely don't want to compromise yourself anymore. I believe we're going to be bringing you a little bit of drone footage here, courtesy of our good friend Tony Hill.
So there you go. You've got a live look here at Javelina headquarters. Day 2 of the 2021 Javelina 100. So great to be back and having essentially a more normal race than last year's edition, which was spread out over several days and really kept to a minimum due to COVID last year. So it's been great.
Yeah, this definitely just being out on course for a few hours yesterday at headquarters, this definitely felt much like the Javelina I've always heard about. So yesterday was my first time out at any Javelina, but it definitely felt like the app to me, and that I've always seen and heard about, and so yeah, it was amazing to be back in a fairly normal version of the Javelina 100 again, as we are looking at an aerial shot of the Javelina 100.
If you are tuning in this morning and you are in the chat room, maybe drop us a quick shout out where you're tuning in from this morning. Let us know where you are from. Let's see, runner or two, or maybe runner and pacer coming on into the finish line there. Looking pretty excited. Yep, it looks like a runner and pacer. And they have completed their journey.
We will see if I can get you a name on the runner.
If you go to, there's like a read passing. Have you been using that one, or did this been a better view? Not sure. Go I would go back. Go to last seen on course. And it should pop up at the top, like the most recent crossing. So we'll see if that helps out. We're gonna try and get our little access to our finish line there.
So again, we are looking at Javelina headquarters here as the sun starts to come up over the mountains due east of Phoenix, Arizona here.
All right. So in the chat, we've got people tuning in from Virginia, from Mesa, Arizona, from Germany, Seattle, Sandia Park in New Mexico, Napa, California, Rio de Janeiro. Let's see, Andrew Pavey says, loving the coverage. Set up at headquarters blows my mind every time I see the drone shots. Pretty cool. And we've got Charles McKenzie tuning in. Destin, Florida here. My wife is on the final loop of the 100-miler. So that's awesome. You're able to kind of tune in here and see what it looks like out there. Dick Danforth is watching for runner 899. Christopher Baca from Sandia Park, New Mexico. Last seen, yeah, so Christopher Baca was last seen at Coyote Camp, Loop 5, 84.5 miles in, and that was at 6:24 a.m.
So he's on kind of that long stretch of the course between Coyote Camp and Jackass Junction on his final loop.
And I would say if you're at Coyote at 6:24, that's a possible golden hour finisher right there.
Yep. Yeah, so he would have been just over the 24-hour mark when he came through Coyote Camp. So definitely a possible golden hour finisher, which will be a lot of fun. And we just had Jason Conley finished just moments ago with a time of 24 hours and 46 minutes. So we saw him come through just a little bit ago.
Oh, and I don't know if I saw this one. We got Lynn Rush. My girl Sarah is only a mile out. Can't wait to see her finish. We'll try and keep an eye out for our next finisher and switch to our finish cam. But for now, maybe you can catch a glimpse of her, possibly from the air. As Tony follows, it looks like a runner coming in for their finish here, just a bit over the, actually just a bit over 25 hours into the race at this point in time.
I can just imagine how much fun it is to finish kind of going through this village of kind of crew and spectator tents and things like that out there.
Yeah, definitely. I was thinking the same thing. It's got a lot of energy packed into there, and you have a bit of a parade all the way through to the finish line.
And that was Simon Gerard, who just finished there in 24 hours and 50 minutes. So while our overall time is based off of the Wave 1 start, we will be having probably a lot of the runners finishing now who started in Wave 2.
That's true. So their actual time might vary by around 15 minutes.
Yep. And there you're getting a good glimpse of the big top tent that runners are going through this year, which when I was out there filming, that was a lot of fun to kind of pass through there, especially during the heat of the day, because it's one of the few spots that you get a little brief reprieve that it is more than the shade of a bush or a cactus.
Yeah, you've essentially got the short period of time you run through that tent. There is a couple shade remodels as the shot rolls forward here. Just ahead, you can see that's where a lot of the runners have their drop bags. And so that's a little bit of a shady spot, and there's shade sails at each aid station. But other than that, you're pretty much in full exposure to the sun.
And we have some more runners here. Tony Hill giving us a little bit of a drone follow cam here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a great perspective right here of what it might feel like if you yourself were out there coming in from your fifth loop. It's got to feel great.
I imagine that these runners are likely happy for a multitude of reasons. One being that they're about to finish their, 100-mile journey, but also that they're going to finish before the day gets super hot again, which some of the golden hour runners will likely experience a little bit warmer temperatures for the second day now.
Yeah, that's the thing to think about in the last few hours there. You can't neglect taking care of yourself and doing all those things that you did in the first day. You got to kind of repeat the process all over again if you're going to be out there for close to 30 hours for this thing.
Exactly.
So yeah, a lot of people tuned in right now are looking out for family and friends. Chris Olson from Central California, watching for my cousin, bib 157. Maybe we can pull that up and see who it is.
Yep, and that is Rebecca Roan, who his last checkpoint was Jackass Junction about an hour ago. So we will likely be seeing her get to Rattlesnake Ranch in not too long.
And then if you could also look up bib 454. This is Corey H. from San Diego, looking for his brother.
Yeah, Jason is out on Loop 5. He as well is on that stretch between Coyote Camp and Jackass Junction. He actually should be getting to Jackass Junction soon, though, as he left Coyote Camp about an hour and 20 minutes ago. So that is a long stretch, but he should be out there soon. And we just had... It looks like another finisher here, and that was Robin Crump, who finished with a time of 25 hours and 9 minutes, as we just watched her come in, and we are now left with the presence on camera of our great race director, Jubilee Page, as we try to get the drone shot back up. That's okay. That's okay. I'm sure that we will.
But yeah, I was going to mention that she is back.
She's back
to the mic.
The banana outfit, gone. Gone. Thank you, Morgan, for
nice try.
For reprieving. The banana outfit was amazing.
Ooh, and then I can see a little bit of a line forming there at Gypsy Cup. Shout out to one of our local coffee vendors. People are getting caffeinated out there. And looks like we've got another finisher there, and then Pacer coming in, getting congratulated by the welcoming committee.
Yep, and that was Nathaniel Gilbert, who he would have been a Wave 2 starter, has a finish time of 24 hours and 55 minutes there. So sub 25 finish, and he was followed, who we just saw there, by Sarah Garrigan, who was also a sub 25-hour finisher with a time of 24:56.
Nice. So that with that little bit of a 15-minute, I would say probably, like you were saying, a lot of these runners likely started in Wave 2, as we did try and have the folks that thought they would run over 24 hours in the second wave. So they've got a little extra time on the clock from what you see up there. So some of them are squeaking in under that 25-hour mark. That gives such a psychological boost at the end of the race. I think you start to do that math in your head and calculating out what time you might be done. And if you have a little more in the tank, you might push for it. Try and beat that hourly goal.
Yeah, if you're close to like an hourly denominator there, like a sub 25 or a sub 26, even if it's not this iconic thing like a sub 24 finish, it's still psychologically can give you just a little bit of boost to finish strong.
How much do you think that was in Camille's head?
Well, we had some amazing follow cam footage of Camille, courtesy of our fan favorite filmer Lars, who's out on course, Lars Peterson, and she looked like she was running really fast. And my guess is that she was really pushing for that sub 14, which was what she wanted coming in. And so I definitely think that that was in her mind, and that she was doing as much as she could late in the race to try and get there. And she came just a few minutes short. But yeah, I also think not being like right on 14 hours also probably helped her grab the glowing stick or lightsaber or whatever she had and really enjoy the last few hundred meters into the finish. And then she put on a dance party for us and had what I would call celebration of the evening. That would get my vote for celebration of the evening. She gave us like a 5-minute dance routine. She was enjoying the music, enjoying the atmosphere there, and then sat down and enjoyed herself a beverage of choice at the finish line, as she traditionally does. So, but she looked really happy. Obviously, to run 14 hours in 3 minutes, I believe, is super fast. But it did look like late in the race she was pushing pretty hard to try and get under that 14-hour barrier.
Yeah, I saw a clip of her entering the parking lot, and they had the lightsaber planned out. So Connor, her husband, was there. He's actually wielding two of them and kind of offering to her. Apparently, she tore off her headlamp in advance of coming up to him, with the idea that she would just run the final bit through the parking lot by the light of the lightsaber. She selected her weapon, and you saw her. She just came in not just carrying this lightsaber. I mean, she was wielding it like she was going into battle, which was I thought it was so cool. Just the visuals of that, like seeing this, like, Camille has such a strong, powerful stride when she runs already, and to see her like wielding that sword through the finish was definitely interesting. And I think, like, what other? There's no other 100-mile race anywhere where you're going to see the winner of the race, the course record setter, wielding a lightsaber coming into the finish line.
Yeah, no, that was amazing, and I'm glad they had it planned out because it fits the vibe so much, and I love to see like all the elites embrace it, but Camille like fully leaning into it and embracing that like Javelina kind of party vibe as she just crushes the course record. Do you think she would have picked up the lightsaber if she was like on pace to run like 14 hours, 0 minutes, and like 10 seconds?
I'm not sure. I mean, she was probably, she entered the law, it was right around there, so it was so close. She probably would have grabbed it.
Yeah,
I think it was pretty well planned out. But that's the cool thing is like, and I love that for this race because like the founder of the race, Jerry Kilgariff, I'm sure would love to see that too. It's like this event is about having fun, and you could tell she was definitely having fun. It's not all fun out there. Sometimes it's pretty tough, but not taking yourself super seriously and having the ability to do that is really great.
And some of the 100-mile finishers that we just saw come in there, we had Stephanie Gundel just finished moments ago. Ben Logston finished just behind her. And then just seconds ago, we had Kristen Lundy finish her 100-mile journey.
Can you go to the steady finish camera? The flying video is very blurry. Yeah, we will do that in just a minute. We need to get our little bit of a filter put on that camera, which we hope will happen here shortly. So this is what we have at the moment. But once Tony lands that drone, which looks like he is doing so right now, we'll get that filter put on and bring you back to that static cam. And we'll just go here to the studio for just a minute. Actually, let's head out to Rattlesnake Ranch. So this, this footage that is coming in via the cell network. So we're kind of at the mercy of the connection out on the trail. Believe it or not, even though it's relatively close to Phoenix, it does feel pretty remote out there. You're kind of on the backside of the large mountain range next to Scottsdale. And so being on that backside, it definitely has less connectivity than if you're in your backyard sitting in Scottsdale, Arizona.
Yeah, and it's definitely further away from like central Phoenix than what I think I would have thought. It's a good probably 45-minute drive from our headquarters here in Phoenix, and so it is definitely out there. And again, this is footage from the Rattlesnake Ranch aid station, which on the course would be the final aid station runners reach prior to coming to the Javelina headquarters, which would be where they finish their journey.
So as soon as we get our static cam A back up, we will be switching over to that view and hopefully catching some more finishers here. And yeah.
Wave high. Got a big group of runners coming in.
So we are currently out at Rattlesnake Ranch as we
Nice job, guys.
see runners coming into the Rattlesnake
You look
Ranch aid
great.
station on their way back to Javelina headquarters, which is the start finish of the Javelina 100.
Looking strong.
There we go. We're getting some couple runners on that trail cam, huh? Or the rattlesnake cam. Oh, there we go. I see our static cam A is getting set up there. Oh, yeah.
And we just had another 100-mile finisher come through. And I apologize in advance
Nice job.
for any name mispronunciation here. It looks like Anmiek
Nice job.
Hamelink just finished the Javelina 100 in 25 hours and 5 minutes. And we are going to work on, I believe, getting you that finish line cam footage. Fred Roberts also coming through the finish just moments ago. 25 hours, 20 minutes for Fred, as we are now taking a look at the finish line of the Javelina 100.
Fred Roberts back for another Javelina. I forget what he's up to, but he's I think 5-time Mogia Monster finisher.
Yeah.
And now multiple time. He's got to be, I think he's 10, plus or minus 10 Javelinas, I've got to say. He's got to be one of the most prolific out there.
And I believe his 5 Mogian finishes, as we see another runner coming in, were on 5 different courses.
Yeah.
At least 4 different courses.
Yeah, at least 4, pretty close to it. He's run a variety, then that race has changed so many times.
And Adam Smith is the gentleman you just saw finishing there with a time of 25 hours, 7 minutes. So we are less than 5 hours away from the race cutoff. And it's amazing to
There he is, Fred Roberts right there on camera.
Yeah. It's amazing to see the excitement and energy and the emotion these runners have as they finish. There's nothing quite like seeing how excited everyone is for their accomplishments after a big 100-mile finish like this, and rightfully so.
I think this comment came in sooner. Suzanne Heiler, why can't we see the finishers? Hopefully that was from a bit ago before we had this camera back up, but we were essentially, because of the daylight coming back, we had our nighttime camera set up. We had to kind of switch to our daytime settings. It was completely blown out, so we couldn't see anything from that feed, but we have it now. We'll likely switch between our finish line camera and some of our aerials so you can get a sense of what headquarters is looking like this morning. You doing a count up of his...
So I believe that this is Fred Roberts' either 11th or 12th Javelina 100 finish. This is only
That
there's only
sounds
been
about right.
19 of them, so that's
Saying
most of 'em.
something. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I know that Fred was one of the first to earn a 5-time finisher jacket at this race. And here he is, still after it, getting after it.
yeah, amazing.
We had one of our very first runners of Javelina ever, David Bliss, was running the race, and he took some kind of a hard fall. He came into the timing tent last night, and he's all covered in dust and dirt. I said, I'm done. I'm done this year, but I'll be back next year.
Yeah.
So can't get them all done all the time. We're trying to get our aerial shot back up. I guess we don't have that at the moment. Just joined in. What has happened at the finish so far? Who came in first, man and woman? So maybe we can do a quick little recap for those of you just tuning in. Maybe you were out adventuring all weekend and haven't had a chance to catch up with what happened last night. But we did have our golden ticket winners came in. So Arlen Glick was our men's champion from Ohio, and he came in a stout 13:14:51. That is the third fastest all-time out here at the Javelina 100. And our top 3 men were under 14 hours. So second place, Ryan Montgomery, earning that second golden ticket, 13:33:52. And Craig Thornley, who is the race director of the Javelina 100 of Western States Endurance Run. He was out there at the race. I think he's been out here every year for a bunch of years. His brother is, of course, Chris Thornley, the founder of Squirrels and Nut Butter, and the brothers are out there. It looks like we've got a finish coming across the line right now. We'll give them a shout out here if we can find out who that was. But yeah, Craig said that both of those top 2 men immediately accepted their golden ticket spots, and Cole Watson was your rounding at your podium, also sub-14. Your 4th place overall finisher, Camille Herron, came in wielding a lightsaber to the finish in such a dramatic move right there. Second place was Brittany Peterson. She, of course, is already in Western States due to a top 10 finish. And third went to local and Aravaipa racing team member Tess Chesser.
Phoenix native originally, I believe, is back living up in Flagstaff.
Yep.
And the race for that second golden ticket was really, really close for most of the run, with Lottie Seiler Tessa Chester and Lottie Seiler battling for third there. They were within a minute or 2 of each other most of the race, and then Tessa pulled away late. That was Lottie's first 100-mile race as well. And the one of my favorite moments was seeing how excited and how much energy Tessa had when she crossed the finish line, likely knowing that she was booking her trip to Western States.
Yeah, definitely. And both are of our, like, what would you call that, runner-up golden ticket slots were first-time 100-mile runners, or completion at least. Has Cole lined up to 100 before, or was this his first attempt?
That was Cole's first attempt, but he didn't get the golden tickets.
No, runner-up though.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
I would say
because
Lottie was next in line, even though she was fourth. Yep. She was next in line for the tickets. So
that was Cole's first 100-miler and Lottie's first.
Yeah. So debut 100. I mean, it's painful to miss out on that ticket, but still, both of them ran incredible debut hundreds and have bright futures ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean, Cole Watson in his debut 100 running running top 10 time all time on the course, and just not quite enough to get the golden ticket, but still an amazing performance. And then Lottie Zeiler running under 17 hours for her debut 100 miler is pretty amazing.
And here we've got a bit of an aerial shot of our headquarters area. The infamous tent city out here. Lining the course, you see all the pop-up tents. Those are all brought in by crews and family and friends and runners. Everyone kind of stakes out their slots, and then as we go around our large expo tent here, you can see some camping tents right on site. Kind of unique for 100 milers. You don't see this at all of them, but this is what Javelina 100 is all about.
Yeah, and it creates like such a an amazing kind of centralized atmosphere, right? Where you have like kind of the crews and support people all kind of staying in the same area, and then runners are coming, in and out of this area, coming in and out 5 times basically throughout the course of the event.
Does it look like someone coming in there? On
Yeah,
that right side, I believe.
it does look so.
And I think what I'm going to do is head out to Rattlesnake Ranch. This is our final aid station on course. And let's take a quick look and see if we can catch a glimpse of anyone coming through. So there we go. 61 degrees out currently in the area of the course. That, of course, will vary where you are. Some of those watches, when you dip in and out of them, can be pretty chilly.
Nice job.
There we go. We got a runner coming on through. Heading in towards Rattlesnake. Probably at this point, a little over 4 miles to go to the finish for this person. And now we're going to bring it back to our finish line area and watch a runner come on in their final approach, it looks like.
Again, making their way through, Tennessee there as they close in on the finish line.
And as soon as this runner crosses the finish line, we'll look them up and try and tell you maybe a little bit more about them.
You can see the squirrel line here. think that was Stephen Barry, who I believe is timed out.
Hmm.
Is that what that means in the update there?
No, they're in the 100K. So start, finish 3.
Yep,
Oh.
got it.
Yep.
And then Andre Lefebvre also just finished. That may have been who we actually saw there.
Hmm.
So we will see if we can get a little information on Andre.
And now we switched over to an aerial shot of a runner now making their final approach in on the Escondido Trail on up into the parking lot for their final run through Headquarters Village into the finish line. Getting some words of encouragement there from some spectators. It looks like maybe some family, crew. Welcoming them back after the long night. You know, some of these runners, I'm not sure how long are some of these runners doing their final lap? Is it a 4 hour? Is it 5, 6 hours? I don't know if you can get a sense of that.
Yeah, let me take a look here at some of these.
And some are
Some of
moving
these
pretty
split
quick
times
coming
here.
in right now.
Yeah, well, I imagine that once you hit that kind of start finish area and you
You're like,
you
let's
get a
get this
little,
thing done.
yeah, well, and you get the energy of all the people who are out there, and everything like that. And so our most recent finisher, Andre, his last lap time for a full loop would have been 6 hours and 54 minutes or so.
6 hours, 54 minutes.
For that specific runner. The runner who finished prior to him was 6 hours and 3 minutes, and that was Raymond Hurley. And prior to that, we had a 5 hour 46 minutes. So
About 6 hours,
About
maybe.
6
So
hours.
those folks, you know, they're coming through start finish at 1 in the morning, 1:30 in the morning, and watching that second sunrise out on the trail, which I'm sure was quite welcome and just a great mental boost. Kind of wake you back up a little bit, or just make you more tired. I don't know. Maybe the sunrise itself will wake you up, but I couldn't imagine how tired you could be out there in that desert.
yeah, well, I think that's also one thing to keep in mind is these final lap times for some of these runners could potentially be a little bit slower as well because they are going through the night, right? So
Yep, a lot of factors there. Not only are you tired, maybe you're just going slower just because it's dark out there as
tired
well.
legs, tired mind, I imagine, as you start to get through the night. And yeah, the dark just never helps.
Yeah, it's always a factor.
Yeah. And so you will have, runners who were coming through just prior to the time cutoff to start their final loop. They would need to run basically a 6 hour lap in order to finish prior to the overall cutoff as well. The
Yep.
advantage they'll have is most of the loop will be in the daylight.
Absolutely.
But it's still definitely doable for most of these runners, but it'll definitely take a strong effort from
Yeah, definitely for some of them, their slowest lap will likely be lap 4 through the night, and then you're going to kind of wake back up a bit for that final one. Let's see. So we definitely have some people in the chat here asking they want to see the finish line cam. They're saying that the aerials are blurry. We do apologize for that, but we're trying to switch to our static cam at the finish when we do have finishers, but let's see, we got one right now, I think. We'll give you that shot as well. So there you go, there's our start finish line. And we got someone coming across right now, it looks like.
Yeah, and we just had Laura Yevchik just finished seconds ago in 25 hours, 24 minutes, and 34 seconds. So I believe that she just finished. And then James O'Brien was the gentleman that we just saw come across the finish as well in 25 hours, 24 minutes, and 53 seconds.
And we will try and get our drone operator back onto the Wi-Fi that's located there. I think he's been using a mobile hotspot, and that's probably why we're seeing the footage, because some of it yesterday I think was looking pretty good when he was on that Wi-Fi at the start finish line.
Yeah, and so we're gonna, continue to do our best to provide you with as robust of coverage as we can. As it looks like we will have finishers coming in that you'll be able to see on the start-finish cam shortly, as they're currently making their way through Tent Village towards the finish. And you can see at times when we get the drone up just how remote this area actually is.
Looks like we do have someone coming in right now. But yeah, we're essentially here. I think it's a good point. At this point in this stage in the race, I think showcasing that finish line is probably one of the most important things we can be doing. And we're kind of here just to provide a little bit of extra clarity or clarification. So if you guys have any questions, Matt and myself are here kind of at your service to help shed some light on the race. If you want to know anything about it or have anything in general you want to talk about here,
we're here for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
That finisher that we just saw come across there was Emily Kiernan with a time of 25 hours, 26 minutes, and 25 seconds. So she would have started in wave number 2.
Awesome. We have from MK in the chat, who won the 100 miles. So Arlen Glick from Ohio was your men's winner in 13:14. And Camille Herron, 4th overall, after dropping from this race last year. She came through. She called it before she ran it, and she came through with a 14:03 course record.
Yeah. No, I think that she called her shot, and she definitely knocked it out of the park. And when she is firing on all cylinders, it is that's a mouthful.
Yeah.
When she's firing on all cylinders, it's like must-watch television. Like, it's so enjoyable to watch Camille run as we have another finisher.
All right, that was a heck of a sprint there to the end. Pacer behind. So the Pacers have that yellow bib. 100K also has kind of a yellowish orange bib, but the one that is a darker yellow or gold, that is a recognizable one as Pacer. So who was that one?
That was Douglas Simonetto, who just finished another wave 2 runner. 25 hours, 28 minutes, and 10 seconds there.
While we keep an eye out for our next finisher, we're going to hop over to Rattlesnake Ranch, give you a quick view. This is our final aid station on the course before runners head into the finish. You can see what an aid station looks like out here at the Javelina 100. It is I would say larger than a standard Aravaipa aid station. There's a lot going on there, but of course, it's a lot of work to run 100 and support this many athletes. So shout out to this is the Surprise Running Club crew. They've been out there for about 8 years, and they've got things really dialed in. They like to optimize everything they do here. So shout out to Keith Rieger, who's the founder of Surprise Running Club, their entire crew for continuing to come out and support all of the Javelina 100 runners. And they have a really great close-knit community on the west side of Phoenix. Surprise is, believe it or not, the name of a town here in the suburbs of Phoenix out towards the White Tank Mountains. And this is what they love to do. They love to come out. They support at Aravaipa races throughout the year. Coldwater Rumble, if you haven't run that one before, it's kind of the sister race to Javelina. It's in January, so you're going to avoid those really hot temperatures. And we are back at our finish line here. Looks like Morgan has changed costumes.
Yeah,
So
she is
following in the footsteps of the great Jubilee Page.
Yeah, she is in the Wonder Woman costume, which is a classic. And we just had a finisher come through there. I think that he came through as our feed was trying to pull up there. That was Russell Pettick. He finished in 25 hours, 45 minutes, and 6 seconds.
Wave 1 runner.
Wave 1 runner. Which we're seeing, I think, a lot of Wave 1 runners still coming in right now, but we are seeing a number of Wave 2 runners starting to. So
you were out there for both starts. What was your sense? Did it feel like a pretty even split of people? Because they could self-select which race they wanted to do. Or did it feel like the first one was a bit heavier with people that they like wanted to be part of that first initial wave?
I think that it felt like the Wave 1 field was a little bit heavier than the Wave 2 start. And that maybe it is just skewed towards the like maybe the ability level of participants or how they felt they would fare. You know, it would be interesting to see where like the median finish time ends up being for the race, whether it's below that 24-hour mark or after.
We just had a finisher come across there.
Yeah, and that was Shane Williams there. Dipping he ran 25 hours and 46 minutes there.
The 100-mile?
For the 100-mile.
All right.
Yep. So mostly 100-mile finishers coming through right now. There could still be 100K finishers.
Yeah, that is the nice thing about this 100K is you start an hour after the 100-mile, but there are no tighter time cutoffs. You have a full 29 hours to get that race done, which I think for most people is pretty approachable. Yeah.
No, I think that makes it likely like a good kind of first 100K if you're looking for something like that, because you don't necessarily have as strict of time constraints as you might in other traditional 100K races.
There's Rebecca Cullycott there, our creative director here at Aravaipa Artworks.
I believe that was a pineapple onesie.
Yep.
Is what it looked like.
You got that right.
Classic. Classic. Looks like we have. Nope, just a spell. Yeah, here's a runner coming in.
They're trying to get up
He's
there.
trying to get the photo.
Yeah.
I hope he got the photo.
100-mile finisher here. And
that was, and again, I apologize for any name mispronunciations. Baher, B-A-H-E-R, Abdelgawad. in 25 hours, 48 minutes, and 33 seconds. So another wave 1 runner there. Gets the job done, finishing in under 26 hours. And now they're getting the finish line photo with the banner, with the pineapple onesie likely in the photo.
Yep, there we go. Let's see. Question for Rob M. Are spectators allowed at the finish area? Yes, they are. Yeah, so we had a question. Sentient audio and visuals are glitching. We have had a glitching issue. We have not been able to troubleshoot that. So any AV tech professionals out there, hit us up. Or did we figure out the reason?
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know, but we have it's been off and on, glitching a little bit. It's overall though, I think it's been pretty good. You know?
Yeah.
The computer has been also running, streaming live for almost 26 hours now. So I'm also sure that is not doing us any favors, but we are committed to bringing coverage all the way through the golden hour here. So
We're trying to jump out to Rattlesnake Ranch here real quick, but I will have the finish cam on the ready in case we have anyone in sight.
and you can see runners starting to
You guys
make their
are on
way
air.
towards Rattlesnake Ranch. So this is just
Everybody wave.
right before they cross the road, I believe, to go to Rattlesnake Ranch. Is that correct, or is this just past?
Yep.
Yeah, no, they're inbound to Rattlesnake
Yeah.
from this position still. So they're coming from Jackass Junction. But they're pretty close. Closing on 8 in the morning here out in Arizona, 63 degrees, according to our weather update at the moment. That will begin to climb as we get closer to the ultimately 12:15 cutoff. So even those wave 1 starters, they don't get extra time. So they still have 30 hours. They need to finish by noon, and then we'll have an extra 15 minutes for those folks in wave 2 to kind of wrap up our golden hour. So we hope that we'll have some great footage there and coverage of the golden hour. So that's coming up in about 3 hours. But other than that, we are just here, Matt and myself, all the way through to just hang out here. We might touch on some wider topics and be happy to answer your questions in the chat. Did runner 170 cross the finish line? Let's go back to that finish camera real quick.
Bib number 170 has not crossed the finish line as of yet. They were last seen at the Rattlesnake station about 25 minutes ago. So they've got a little bit of time still before they hit the finish line. And I am going to take a look at what the most recent split times have been for some of the runners finishing between Rattlesnake Ranch
Great idea.
and the finish there, so that we can have maybe just a little bit more perspective on how long it might take some of these runners once they leave Rattlesnake Ranch. So it looks like the most recent finishers were an hour and 4 minutes on the split. A little less than an hour, a little over yeah, so right around an hour, give or take, 5 or 10 minutes, depending on, how that person is feeling at that point in their run.
We got someone coming in right here, Morgan. Our Aravaipa, Colorado race director is welcoming them home. We've got a pacer with runner, and there it is. Welcome home. ...
Stephen Dewick.
Speaking of,
a local runner who I know we had a chance to sit down with, but I don't know that our interview that we got with Mr. Dewick, that we have it able to pull in.
oh, we do.
But we do.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to go to this now.
So we are going to take you to
And I've not seen this, so it's going to be new for me. How about you? Have you seen this one?
I feel like I've seen parts of it.
Okay. We're going to take a look. This is Stephen Dewick, who just finished. We're going to see what he's got to say.
Well, I'm Brendan Dueck, and this is my second start, and it will be my first finish.
Well, I heard about it actually through one of my kids' kindergarten teachers. She had just run 100 miles. I had run a few road marathons, and at that point I had never even heard of ultra running, so I couldn't quite believe it was true that somebody would run 100 miles. But then I looked into it and I thought, oh man, this is a thing. I kind of have to do this. So it didn't take me long to find Aravaipa and stumble upon Javelina 100. And I think that was in maybe March of 2015. And by October, I had done my first one.
I recall the first time he did the Javelina 100, I went out and saw it, and I thought there was absolutely no chance I'd ever be able to do it. And I don't think I'd ever run more than 2 miles at once at that point. So just a few years later, I tried it out. I think I signed up for one 8K and then kind of made the choice that I was going to finish a 100 mile. So that's how I kind of came to it. Here I am.
Since I started running, that very gradually my family started participating, and I've got 4 sons, and the oldest 2, Jacob and Owen, are really, really passionate about trail running, and they've each done a 50K already. And marathon distances, and I think their ultra sign-up is probably like 15 races long a piece for Aravaipa trail races that they've done. And Jacob is just 16, and Owen is going to be 14 this week. So they're really passionate young runners, and they've got 2 younger brothers too, Eli and Zane, that both ran up at Big Pine this summer. So that was pretty cool. And I have to mention too, my wife Erin has also done, I don't know, probably between 5 and 10 Aravaipa trail races too. So everybody gets into it.
Yeah, for me, it's just me. I don't have any kids, so I run along with them.
He's part of our pack.
You know, I haven't signed up for anything yet. I think it's to get done with it first, and then kind of see what happens from there. So it's the only thing I have set up right now.
All right. That was pretty cool. Back here to start finish.
Yep, and while we were listening into Stephen Dewick, we did have a finisher come through. Robert Luis Ferdinand came through with a finish at 25 hours and 42 minutes. And then I do know, I believe someone was asking in the chat earlier about Jason Hightower. He is now at Jackass Aid Station, so when they asked earlier, he was in that long stretch between Coyote Camp and Jackass. He has reached the Jackass Aid Station, which means he has a mere 9 miles left in his 100-mile journey, and he has a little less than 5 hours to complete that. So he is well on his way to hopefully a finish here. And then we just saw another finisher come through. Wade Blomgren is who that was, just under the 26-hour mark.
I'm gonna attempt to pull in some more of our pre-recorded footage as we have some time to kill here. We don't want to bore you with our having the facts.
We do have, incredible voices, and are full of so much that we can bring to the viewers. But I think that sometimes it's beneficial to hear from others.
All right. So this might take me a minute to figure out. So if it's a little odd at first, I'm confident we will get this figured out. So now we're going to attempt to pull in some audio from Jerry Kilgariff, the founder of the Javelina 100 and race director for the first 3 years of the event. She was no stranger to race directing. She helped with the Highline 50 or the Zane Grey 50 mile a few years prior to founding the Javelina 100 in 2003. So we're going to try and get that pulled in right now. It might take me a second here. So is this just not working at all? Let's see.
So while Jamil continues to troubleshoot, we'll stay on the cam here as we have a runner coming in. And that finisher that we just saw was Chris Motcher with a time 25 hours, 46 minutes. So again, that would be a wave 2 runner coming through and getting under the 26-hour mark for his 100-mile finish. Looks like we have another runner coming in here. Nope. Oh, yeah, there we go. The pacer took the outside, and we've got a strong finish here.
Is it Luigi? Yep.
That's Luigi. I love it. And the celebration on point and everything. That was amazing. And that was Logan Peterson. Coming in just over 26 hours, so a wave 1 runner, 26 hours, 1 minute and 45 seconds in the Luigi costume or outfit.
Now I can't find the Jerry K clip. At least in here. We'll keep looking. Keep our eyes out.
And there at the bottom of your screen, you see race director extraordinaire Julie Page, I believe in a costume.
Always
in a costume. I don't know what costume number this is, but it's been a lot. And every one of them has been exquisite.
Absolutely. Speaking of exquisite, this seems like a good time to revisit something that we premiered yesterday. We're going to try and find a gap in finishers here. But we have a documentary coming up. We're going to cheer these runners in. But on the inaugural year of the Cocodona 250, we'd love to play that for all of you here, interspersed between some of our finishers coming on in.
And there you see another finish there. That was Shannon Rolbiki, 26 hours, 3 minutes for her 100-mile finish here at the 2021 Javelina 100. We got another finisher, it looks like, come in based on Morgan's energy level. Morgan's energy level is always an indicator of when we're going to have another finisher come in, and it's perfect. So we appreciate her help here as we await the name of this runner as our live results refreshes here. And that was Hank Dart coming in a wave 2 runner, so he is under the 26-hour mark. 25 hours, 49 minutes, and 42 seconds.
They're coming in steady right now.
This is exciting.
Another finisher
Yeah,
and
we got
pacer.
another finisher and pacer.
And
there.
another one coming in right behind. We may not be able to play any more clips. We
Yeah.
might just be on this action, which is great.
We just had Cabe Waldrop. And let's see who this most recent one was. And Jason Baum was the most recent one. So Cabe Waldrop finished, and then Jason Baum just seconds behind him.
Sounds like the folks in the chat, they want us to hang here, so we're just going to hang here for the moment.
No, we
Oh, people don't want to see us. All right. Well, we can take a hint. Fair enough. Give you as much screen real estate as you would like. Let's see.
and we have it looks like another finisher come in here. And another finish that we just saw there. That was from Tony Klink with a time of 26 hours, 5 minutes. You know, and so we're getting a steady dose of finish line action right now.
Definitely love to see it. It's a very popular finish time,
Yeah.
apparently.
Yeah. Based on our observations, right?
Yep. And sometimes they come in waves too, I've noticed. Just in the sport, people tend to kind of clump up together.
Yeah, maybe they've been working together for a little bit now and are kind of coming in around the same time.
So in the chat, it sounds like quite a few of you tuning in are watching out for your runners. They have cleared through Rattlesnake. We've got someone cheering for Eric E. Less than 4 miles to go. And Tracy Estabrock is also out here. Their runner is about 3.5 miles out. So that should be within the hour for both of them. Inspiration is in the chat, watching from Houston, Texas for Forrest Gump.
There was a gentleman dressed as Forrest Gump.
Yep. Yeah, I remember we went to him. We actually saw him at Rattlesnake. There's a finisher right there.
Yeah.
Saw him at Rattlesnake Ranch yesterday, and he did a quick shout out on the camera.
Nice. And that was Lacey Lizzie, who just finished there in 26 hours, 7 minutes, and 38 seconds. So we are just tuning in here at the finish line of the Javelina 100. We're basically just continuing to wait on runners, as I know we have a number of runners that our lovely viewers are following in the chat who are between Rattlesnake and the finish line here. So we will definitely be continuing to keep our eye out for that, so that we can bring you all with the views of the finish of your friends and loved ones.
All right, we just got word from our race operations that the last 3 runners are out of Coyote Camp and headed off to Jackass Junction. So if you are here tuning in, we actually have the bib numbers of those last 3 runners. So bib 711.
And so that is Carson Galloway is
All right.
out of Coyote Camp and on his way towards Jackass Junction.
And then bib 201.
That is Brian Rathbun.
And then our current DFL is bib 673. Potentially a 20-minute gap.
And that is Sonia Glover,
All right.
who I believe is a local Arizonan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
So
those
that's
are
your
kind of our last 3 runners.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and Sonia, that's why I recognize the name. She does a lot of our Aravaipa races here as well, and recently did the Javelina Hangover night runs, which is at the end of September. And it is a night run that showcases some of the same trails as the Javelina 100.
All right, working on darkening up our finish line cam slightly. It's getting kind of the full brunt of the rising sun right now as we head into our final 4 hours of coverage here. You can see the temperature out there at the park at the moment is 66 degrees. And just like yesterday, we kind of saw that pick up. I'm not sure how today's forecast is comparing to what we saw yesterday, but I know when I drove out to park around 4 p.m., at least the temperature in my car said around 90 degrees. And I don't know what it peaked out at on here.
On here, 85, 86.
Okay.
I think is what it had peaked out on, and it looked like the high in Phoenix today is about 84.
Okay.
So it'll be a little bit cooler.
So maybe five or so degrees cooler than yesterday, which
Yeah.
will be nice. So I think they might be good. They might avoid that peaking of heat today. And so we got some more shout outs in the chat. Let's see, Roger D. This is a shout out. We've got let's go bib 487. I think that was one of our final. 487 shouting out. Go, Roger. And then someone, Holly, is watching Chris Motcher, almost there.
Yeah, and sorry, I'm trying to pull up that bib number and I am unable to.
Lisa Barton here in the chat. Lacey crossed the finish line. I'm one proud mom. You are an inspiration to so many. Your brother Ben's angel wings are tired from keeping up to you, kiddo. And we just had another finisher cross the line as well.
Yep, and I will get that. And one thing to point out in the chat, someone was commenting about Chris Motcher. He finished a little bit ago. So he has finished with a time of 25:46. And that finisher that we just saw come through was Cody Hurd with a time of 26:14.
Sounds like one of our on-course trail live stream cam operators yesterday, Matthew Markowitz. He's now back in the chat and says, I'm convinced, when does this 2022 registration open? So he's fully caught the bug. Sorry if you can hear me there. One of our live stream filmers yesterday, Matthew, in the chat here says, when does registration open? And it always opens January 1. That's when we like to kick it off for the next year. So keep an eye out, bookmark it.
Yeah, make sure you don't stay up too late on New Year's Eve, or maybe stay up extra late so that you can just register.
Yeah, of course,
straight away.
Yeah, I mean, while you're out there across the years, you can just register for and sign up for Javelina 100.
Why not? Why not?
And we've got Chris Board here checking in on Peter Brown, and Marianne DeBecker watching for number 806, Matt Fletcher.
Yeah, and so Matt left the Rattlesnake aid station about 40 minutes ago or so. So we should be seeing him get to the finish line probably in the next 15, 20 minutes or so. And another update I just saw come through here. It looks like Andre Lee has passed the Jackass Junction aid station.
All right.
So he is on his way with 3 hours and 48 minutes to go. And it looks like we have a finisher.
Looks like
right
Angela
there.
I don't know. Sometimes you get a flashback.
Angela
Yeah,
Feldman.
exactly. It's so funny. You can just see a stride of someone and be like, yep. That's them.
Boom. Yeah, and you can see that temperature is up to 66 degrees, I believe. When I came on earlier this morning, right before the sun came up, it was down around 60 degrees. So it was slowly rising as the sun continues to go up.
It's funny. I don't know if it's just being used to 100 degrees all summer, but I was freezing at whatever temperature it was last night, whether that was 60 or 65 degrees. I was cold.
Yeah, our creative director, Rebecca, felt the same way. She's originally, I believe, a Florida native who has lived in Arizona for a long time. So I think that is likely maybe part of it. I felt really nice when I was out there yesterday morning at about 4 a.m. in shorts and a t-shirt. But, you know, it could just be being, Midwest tough and having dealt with all of those Illinois winters, you know.
I think that has a lot to do with it. I will believe that fully. We're going to take a quick look at Rattlesnake Ranch here. We will have our finish line cam right on the ready. But here is a quick view of the last aid station before the finish. Thank you to Jennifer for being out there this morning, giving us a small little peek and look at what's going on out there today as those runners are hitting the final aid station of the race. It looks a lot like yesterday, just people are going a little bit slower.
Yeah, yep. You're starting to see people who are 26 plus hours into this journey. They're on tired legs, but they're continuing to move forward towards that finish line, which once they leave this aid station is only 3.5 miles away. And I'm seeing Morgan giving us the cue. Her energy lets us know that someone is approaching.
There we go.
And we have 2 runners there. Maybe 3. Can't tell if those are. Yeah. Matt Fletcher just finished there. You saw him finish right in front of Tyson Humble, and then Amy Mower, I apologize. They all 3 finished just right together there.
Awesome.
And I know that someone, I believe, in the chat was looking for Matt Fletcher, was wanting an update, and so
Looks like we got another one finishing right
another
here.
finish. And that was Blake Pomeroy with a finish.
We got a Forrest Gump chant in the chat now. LV Chef Mel, hi Mom Tracy, Bestie, you got this, and this finish line is waiting for you. Number 308.
Does anyone know Forrest Gump's bib or name? I could provide an update if I.
Yeah, inspiration in the chat. Can you let us know who Forrest Gump is? We don't recall from yesterday.
Well, I mean, I know who Forrest Gump is. I don't know who the individual addressed as Forrest Gump is.
I mean, I just don't even know what you're talking about. Let's see. L Surfin 1. Has anyone seen Randy? With an I. Randy with an I.
Looks like
DNF.
yeah.
If you're talking about Randy Larson, she DNF'd at
last night.
around the halfway mark. So our last location was mile 52 at Jackass on Loop 3.
Yep. So last
Around
night
8:04
8:04
p.m. All right, we got a little beta possibly. Josh Chow. Might be Forrest Gump.
Oh well, is this right? It is saying. I don't know if this is right. His last location was the Rattlesnake aid station 5 minutes ago.
Seems very possible. We got another finish right here.
And that finisher was Sergio Meza. The time of 26 hours and 24 minutes. And it looks like Sergio is enjoying the finish line music there. A little dance.
Happy to be done.
Happy to be done. He's getting the finish line photo with the Javelina 100 finish line banner in the background, which has been a staple amongst many of the runners. They want to make sure that they get that finish line
Yeah, we got
photo.
another finisher right here coming across, hands up in the air, and one right behind as well.
And that was Roger Deemers. And he was, it's just a train of finishers right now. Then we had Michelle Petrillo. And I will get you the last finisher that we just had there momentarily. Roger and Michelle both had times of 26 hours and 25 minutes. And they were separated by just a few seconds. And then there was Brock Rayleigh, I apologize, who finished just a few seconds behind that. And another runner. Mark Klettlinger just finished there. So in the span of 44 seconds, in the span of a minute, we had, in the span of 44 seconds, we had 4 finishers.
Wow. Mark D in the chat wants to know, curious to hear how long most people rest during races. Does anyone take naps? I would say your average runner, I don't know that they would take a nap. They would definitely take rest. And that might be, sitting in a chair at an aid station or back with your crew. It might be laying down for a little bit. Just depends on, I think, how long you're out there and how you're feeling.
Yeah, we did see some runners last night at Rattlesnake also enjoying sitting around the campfire a little bit, as the temperature started to cool off, and we're trying to take in some nutrition, take in some nourishment. They were enjoying a nice little campfire out there. Okay, my confusion has been eradicated with Forrest Gump. So when we saw his last update, it was showing a DNF at his place. And so that was why I was confused, because he was at Rattlesnake Ranch with plenty of time on the last loop. That has updated. So
the timers must have been listening.
Yep, they must have been listening, and so I would expect to see Josh in the next hour. I would.
Looks like we might have just had a finisher come through.
I will get that as soon as it loads here.
Lots of confirmation in the chat. Forrest Gump is Dr. Josh Chow.
And we just had Thomas Meyer finish up there.
I know our our camera's getting pretty blown out there. I sent a couple messages. Hopefully someone on our team out there can darken that up for us just a little bit. I think Jubilee might have just got my text. He was like looking towards the camera. Yep. Oh, look at that. It's like putting on sunglasses.
Yeah, exactly. You know?
She'll get it dialed. She's a pro at this kind of stuff. Oh yeah.
The multi-talented.
That is looking real
Jubilee
nice.
Page.
We are now ready for the full heat of the morning. Let's do it.
Well, we've got just a mere 2.5 hours until the golden hour will begin for Wave 1 runners. Don't know that there are many Wave 1 runners out there still. Actually, there would be because we have the timing. A lot of the timing updates are still registering race times as if these runners began in Wave 1. So we will have a golden hour starting at 11 for a number of runners.
Yep.
And we just had Michael Fuentes come through the finish, and Rebecca Roan. They both just finished seconds apart there, as you saw them come through the finish. So we are again taking a look at the finish line in here. Let me take a look in. Someone asking for an update on Debbie Percy. And it looks like Debbie is through the final aid station. She left just about 15 minutes ago, so we should be expecting her within the hour as our finish line dance party is fully underway. And so you came for the golden tickets, you stayed for the golden hour, and you're getting blessed with a full dance party here at the finish line with a pineapple onesie, a Wonder Woman outfit, and many wonderful costumes.
Looks like Aylin over there, huh?
I feel like we are missing out.
Oh, that's my mom. The Aravaipa staff dance party happening.
And so
we would love to play the music, but we would probably get our stream shut down by the folks over at YouTube.
And it looks like we have a runner.
Okay,
coming
we've
in
got
here.
someone saying that our audio is 3 minutes behind the stream and chat. I don't know how that is possible. If you could shed some light on that, that would be appreciated.
And James Picker was the finisher we just saw there. What a way to finish. You finish straight into a live day party.
Yeah. We're looking for. Did you see this update on Debbie while I was
I
out?
just
Wonderful. Love it.
gave that update. She should be finishing within the hour. She left
Yeah.
Rattlesnake for the final time about 15 minutes ago. And my wonderful wife in the chat letting me know that my children, who are 2.5 years old and 1 year old, are already high on sugar to start the day. So, you know, as someone who will be going home to those children later on today, that's something that I'm really looking forward to. Is
I mean, I think the approach might be just to match the sugar levels.
Yeah.
Just roll with it.
Just roll with it.
Yeah.
Just fully embrace it. So, thank you for that status update. And Cameron Kershaw, I believe.
Had
is
another
someone that-
finisher just come across too.
Yep, I'll give you an update on who that finisher was, and then I will look for the update in the chat. So that finisher was Eric Estabrook with a time of 26 hours and 22 minutes. So that would be a Wave 2 runner. And then it looks like Cameron Kershaw, based on the live results, dropped at the 100K mark at 10 p.m. last night. If that changes, I will definitely keep you updated, but that is currently what I am seeing on our end. It looks like we just had another runner come through the aid station there. And that was a 100K finisher, Donald Haven. So it's mostly been
We should have done it when we can always stop and restart the stream again, but
Oh, and we've got, it looks like our Aravaipa staff getting a group photo with the iconic Javelina 100 start-finish banner.
You what? So, doesn't look glitchy anymore. Video. Oh, really? I'll watch it. Really? I just used a new HDMI cable and a new port. It does? I'm wondering if that cable, I don't know. Can you hear me now? How's our, out there in the chat, we just did a little bit of, you don't have signal? Maybe I pulled a link that I wasn't supposed to, but maybe that fixed it. And our stream deck is down. Audio sounds really good. 100% improvement. The sound is better. And I haven't seen a single glitch. What's that? Oh, that's because, oh, I know why. Oh yeah, that's easy because I'm using a different HDMI port. So I just gotta, yeah, where is it? My camera. I'm in cam link. Oh, that's audio source, which is good. And then this one is HDMI 2. Hi.
There we go. We may have just solved the world's problems.
Not all of them, but we're trying
Maybe this
one
live stream
at
will.
a time, right? Sound is way better. All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Back in action.
Yeah, just in time, right?
Yep.
A little over 2 hours till the golden hour starts. We're going to have runners flooding in.
I mean, I am pretty excited to see it. Normally, at this point in the race, I'm running around doing something, or I'm sleeping, passed out in a chair on site. So it's going to be fun to just be able, like, I have nothing to do but sit here and watch it all unfold. So I'm pretty excited about that.
Yeah, no, and just like
to just be a spectator.
Yeah, and seeing some of the updates of where runners are at. You know, we've had a lot of people who are leaving Rattlesnake Aid Station over the last, 5, 10, 15 minutes. So we are going to have kind of a steady flow of runners coming through the finish.
Awesome. Thanks so much. We are sending off Mr. Chris Warden. Thank you so much to him for pulling the late night shift. He recharged his batteries a little bit, but he's going to be heading out to be one of our on-site commentators,
Filmers,
camera
everything.
operators,
He's a
wearing
little bit
all
of
the
everything to
hats.
us, you know?
But he will be out there shortly, just in time to kick things off for the golden hour.
Yeah, and it looks like we just had a finisher come through there. That was George Tees finishing up his 100-mile adventure here at the 2021 Javelina 100 with a time of 26 hours and 45 minutes. So another Wave 1 finisher there.
I was going to say we were getting a really clean looking feed from Gretchen out on course, and right when I went to pull it up, it froze. But I know most of you in the chat just want us to stick on the finish line anyways, so we will mostly do that, but we might go back and forth slightly. Yeah, let's take a quick peek here. So this is Gretchen. I believe this is about a quarter mile from the finish line. She's hanging out at a trail junction just as runners come off and head in towards that finish. We're gonna.
And we just had a runner come through there at the finish. And it appears that that was Raymond Pierce coming through the finish in a time of 26:32:30. We got another finish line runner here. And this was, so there's a little info on Raymond who just finished, and that was Adam DeBross, bib number 862. I don't know if that's how you pronounce the last name, but I really loved the enunciation. DeBross.
Yep. Raymond is an auctioneer by trade who just finished.
Oh,
pretty interesting fact.
Nice.
And we got another one incoming here.
And that third finisher that we just saw was bib 650, Mr. Ben Tyler. Ben Tyler there. So a couple local runners here finishing back to back. Adam and Ben, both from the kind of the greater Phoenix area here.
Had some earlier. It looks like he's trying to pop back in. It was definitely pretty choppy. It's like opting for the mobile, and it was definitely not great. A lot of negative reviews in the comments.
So we are just tuning in here at the finish. The people's favorite camera on course here, the classic finish cam, which has been really great at capturing a lot of the emotion that some of these runners have as they come to the finish. And so we're just we're here awaiting more runners, and we have one coming in right about now. And that finisher was bib 296, Christopher Goodwin, all the way from Philadelphia, PA, here to join us for the Javelina 100. And it looks like the dance party is resuming. And we have another finisher coming in. And who do we have?
Someone else just finished too.
And a second finisher. And we're just waiting on the timing point to update for those couple runners. So we had bib 381, Sarah Bruce, who had just finished. From Huntington Beach. And right, oh, nope. And in her bio, as you can see there, she's running Javelina to challenge herself. And that's a good reason to do anything.
Google.
And then we just had Carrie Lanzer finish as well.
And then we could just do it from here. That would be it. It's actually faster for me to do it. Oh, okay. Just so I could read it. Yeah, squeeze screen.
We have a number of 100-mile runners who recently left the Jackass Junction aid station. And so those runners will have a little over 3 hours to make it the 9 miles to the start-finish line of the Javelina 100 here at Javelina headquarters. So those could be potential golden hour finishers as well.
Yep. I think I'm going to get my laptop out here for a second so I can monitor things as well. Oh, wow. What do we got going on there? Looks like our feed is disintegrated a little bit. Looks good over here. Very interesting. Well, real quick, we'll go to our eyes in the sky. And that is looking south towards Fountain Hills. And it's kind of interesting. Fountain Hills is this little community that you hit on the way out to the park. And they have a giant fountain, of course, in town. All right, we have some sort of an issue with our studio cam. We apologize.
Yeah.
Always
so
a new challenge.
Our static cam currently is not working, but we did just have Trudy Shinning come through the finish of the 100-mile race here.
And we might have it back. Just a temporary glitch, and there we go, thankfully. So yeah, I was gonna say Fountain Hills, they have a giant fountain that shoots like 150 feet in the air, and it goes off every hour on the hour. And you can see it from parts of the Javelina course, especially if you're like near Coyote Camp and going up that ridge towards Jackass. If you look at the right time of day, you just see this like spout of water just like above the hills. You can see the top part of it. It's really interesting.
And then it looks like we just had another grouping of runners come through the finish there. Matt Swintek, Michael Jurassitz, and Jordy Throw all finishing right together there. And then Dave Loki just finishing up.
The 389. Oh. Dave Loki is from Los Angeles, California. That's about all we know about him.
Yeah. Let's see.
We're coming up on 27 hours. Of course, there's 30-hour overall cutoff time for the Javelina 100. And due to having 2 waves this year, we will be live through the second wave, 30-hour cutoff, at 12:15 p.m. local time. So stay tuned. What do you mean, Fess? You just drag it over. Nice. Cool. Lock it down. What about it? Oh, gotcha. Good luck. Without me noticing, the temperature has jumped to a balmy 71 degrees.
Yeah, it probably, in all honesty, though, it probably does feel maybe a little bit warmer at times out there just because you're out in the sun, but it probably feels pretty nice.
All right, looks like we've got someone coming in, finishing their 100 miles. All right, all right. And that looks like it was bib 496, Donald Stoner. Coming to us from, oh, I apologize. Donald Stoner just hit Rattlesnake. So that must have been Tim Schusler, bib 173. No, bib 29. Wow. Doing great. Doing great. He's placed 174, but bib 29. There he is. Edwardsville, Illinois. And of course, we got another finisher coming in right there. Little fist bump to the race director. That was Frank Dumont, bib 486. And they just keep coming. So after Frank Dumont, we have bib 135, Manavpreet Thiara. Nope, I messed up again. Oh my goodness. That was Amber Welch. I apologize. Bib 246. But Manavpreet came through Rattlesnake. So we're kind of previewing who we're going to be seeing in the next hour. And there's Amber Welch right there from Omaha, Nebraska. So we are mostly going to be sticking with the camera that all of you out there want to see, the finish line camera. If we have something good out there, we might switch to it periodically, as we do have a couple other on-course cameras out there.
Looks like we have another finisher coming through right now. And that was Clint Lepetich finishing up the Javelina 100 there.
Bib 896.
Bib 896.
What you drinking over here, Matt?
I just took the coffee is the short answer, but not just coffee, the very bottom of the pot coffee.
Oh, wonderful. Do we have a new pot going, or should I fire that up?
We do not.
All right.
So,
I'm going to get on it for you.
Perfect. That
We
would
got to keep the juices
super
flowing. We still got a few hours to push through here.
Well, I mean, we have a minimum of 3 hours and 9 minutes.
Yes.
Before the Wave 2 Golden Hour finishes.
Perfect. Well, I'm on it.
So, yeah, definitely going to need some more caffeine, so thank you for that. So we are looking at a little bit of follow cam. Looks like that feed is a little choppy.
Hey, Matt and Jamil, this is Steven. Can you hear me?
So
Hey, Matt, this is Steven. Can you hear me?
yeah. Steven, once Jamil gets back, we may work on getting you a new link so that you can connect to the Wi-Fi near headquarters to continue to bring us coverages. We have another finisher coming through right here. And that finisher is going to be, if the results page will upload here. And it is currently not. So we will get you that finisher that we just saw coming through as soon as this results page updates here. You were looking at an aerial shot over Javelina headquarters here. I'm not seeing the results page updating quite yet. So we are going to take a look at the a little bit of follow cam footage here. Courtesy of Stephen Crawford, who is out there helping us film. And we've got a runner coming in. So we will take a look via the drone here as they come near the finish line. And we will see who that is crossing the line there. The excitement that looks like Forrest. For those in the chat who have been wanting to know, there is Forrest right there. We've got the drone in the sky. We just saw Josh Cho finish the Javelina 100 dressed as Forrest Gump, wearing a very long beard from the great state of Colorado with a time of 26 hours, 56 minutes. Yeah, Jennifer has some runners here. I believe in our viewing screen here, Jennifer, your camera is showing vertical. If it is horizontal, I know that we've had that come up from time to time where in our viewing screen here it's showing vertical, but when we pull it in, it's horizontal. But if you can make sure your camera is horizontal for us, that would be great. And you should be able to double tap the start button on the gimbal to help it kind of auto switch there. And we are watching our next finisher come in here. As these next runners make their way through Tent Village. And we now have our finish line cam as we see a couple finishers come through here. And those finishers were Jared Campanella. Well, Luis Flores, bib 814, finished just steps before Jared Campanella, and he was followed by his partner, Cassie Campanella, who I actually know from my time out in Atlanta. So they both live out on the East Coast there, and an amazing run for both of them, and finishing together as the couple that they are. So inspiration tuning in. Where's Forrest Gump? He finished just moments ago. So Jeremy finished, or Josh, I apologize, finished about 4 minutes ago here in 26 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds. Forrest Gump beard and all.
Oh yeah, it does the instant switching, huh?
And there we have beautiful drone shot from Tony Hill, and it looks like we have a finisher coming in shortly here based on
The Pope is out in the house.
the Pope is here. We've got Wonder Woman, we've got the Pope. I don't know what more we could really ask for at this point, other than maybe a little bit more coffee for you and I.
It is
but
brewing right now, and as soon as it's ready, we're going to fill her up.
And that finisher that we just saw come through there initially was bib 167, Angela Ritchie, and she was followed right behind her was Brendan Duick, who we heard from earlier.
Yeah, earlier this morning.
With his
brother,
Stephen Duick.
Yep.
And then I believe we just had a couple more runners finish right behind there. Sharon Mosley, bib 59, and Mike Smith, bib 909. And it looks like we've got more runners coming through Tent Village that we will see at the finish line here momentarily. And there is our drone shot of the finish line area as we have a runner approaching the finish. There you see it. And that finisher was Craig Dohe, followed by Travis Block. So those two finished very close to each other, bib 538 and 197. And Craig Dohe,
he's
from the great state of Illinois.
He's a pumpkin.
But most importantly, Midwesterner from Chicago. And then another Midwesterner in Travis Block from the great state of Minnesota.
He shares with us why he's running Javelina. It gives him time to clear his mind. All 27 hours of it.
Yep.
And fun fact, he made a sweatshirt in home economics. I don't think that was recently.
Who knows?
Maybe he's taking home ec.
I'm not here to judge
these
if
days.
he is.
That's a good point. And The Great Pumpkin Escape, I think, is his favorite Halloween movie. And we are taking in some different sights and views around the start-finish here. This runner coming through right near the finish in the final approach, heading on up.
Update on who this runner is. It looks like he is coming through right about now. And that runner was bib. Oh, nope. It is still updating here. That was bib 264, Jason Fazio. And Inspiration in the chat is asking, where is Forrest Gump? Forrest Gump finished about, at this point, 20 minutes ago. So we were able to see him finish. And he finished beard and all and looked great. But yeah, Josh Cho with the Forrest Gump beard.
Yeah, and we got Jason Fazio who just finished. He's out here to run Javelina because it's a desert party. Fun fact, he hates running. And favorite Halloween movie is the Halloween 4 Curse of Michael Myers from Mammoth Lakes, California. Welcome, Jason. Welcome home.
Welcome home is right. What a journey for someone who apparently hates running. So,
yep.
You know, great job.
Gotta get that finish photo.
And the Pope is at the start-finish line. One of many of Miss Jubilee Page's Halloween costumes.
Oh, we weren't ready. You'll win.
It looks like we have someone running in a full suit. So we should have more runners approaching the finish. And so, are we able to pull in that finish line cam here? And that most recent finisher was bib 530, Peter Brown. From Carmichael, California. And it looks like that feed is frozen.
Keep going straight.
And here is Miss Debbie Percy, who is, according to this, finishing her first 100. So shout out to her. And a fun fact about her is that she would rather sleep in a tent in the woods than in a fancy hotel. And again, inspiration in the chat. Josh Chow has finished. We saw him come through the finish a while ago, and so if you go to the live results page and go to last seen on course, that will give you the most accurate indication, and then you can search by his bib number. So yeah, he finished. Let me get the exact time for you here as we await for other runners. He finished at 9:11 Arizona time, which was about 15 minutes ago here, with a time of 26:56:04.
Great job, Scott. Here.
Got it.
You're almost there. You got it. Come on.
Skylar finishing. And his bib 641. That was a 100K finish.
Thank you all. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Good job, man. Keep it up.
Looks like we're going to try to fall in a couple more runners here.
Yeah. Good job.
And that initial one in the white is my buddy Michael Darris from San Diego, California. Good to see him finishing this thing up.
Nice job, runner. Let's go, baby. Let's go, man. Doing great. Good job, man. Woo!
Try to update that finish here in a minute. There's Mike.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
And then, so we had Timmy Lemaire and then Michael Darris finish up there. What an amazing effort by both of them. 27 hours, 14 minutes, 50 seconds for Tim, and 27 hours, 15 minutes, and 12 seconds for Mike. So great job to both of those gentlemen. Now it looks like we've got more runners coming in through Tent Village. Runner in the banana outfit here, who's about to finish, is a 100-mile runner. I wonder how long he wore that outfit, or she. Couldn't identify. But I will be able to tell you who that person is here in just a minute. That was Sam Nybergall, bib 941, finishing things up in the banana costume. Classic. Sam is from Ventura, California. And if you're going to finish in a banana costume at any race, this is the race to do it at.
You just came through in a banana costume?
Yeah.
Speaking of costumes, do you have any picks or ideas on some of your favorites that you saw out there? I mean, Katra had a pretty good one.
That one was really good.
And with the mask and everything this year, I thought she really stepped it up. Not to say that, I mean, she's won the costume contest multiple times before. I think she's definitely in the running.
Really good, though.
Yeah.
And there were a number of other good ones as well.
Yeah, I remember seeing like Iron Man out there. I don't know. Every time I saw him on the feed, he had the mask and the full get up on. I don't know how long that lasted, if that was the whole race or not.
Forrest Gump was also pretty good, right? And very fitting given this running event.
Running event.
No, and it's probably an event that Forrest Gump himself would have participated in.
Oh, I think so.
More runners coming in towards the finish here.
Here's a good one. We have our man in the suit.
Man in the suit just finished recently.
And I don't know which rock star he is, but his pacer has a guitar. He's got a guitar and a microphone.
And we got some finishers coming through right there. That was Ron Astle and Nate Garner, both finishing there. Followed closely by Lisa Peabody. And they are just flowing in now as we have another runner coming into the finish here. And we will get you that person's name and information here. And we had Ronnie Cleveland, bib 316, just finished the 100K. We've got more runners coming through, it looks like. Oh, it looks like those are runners who had just finished. As we've got our drone shot taking you through Tent Village there, looking back on the course. It looks like we have some more runners coming through. And this footage is via our drone, courtesy of Mr. Tony Hill.
Oh, that's a great shot going into the tent there.
There you see.
Love that.
got some runners coming up on the finish here shortly as they make their way through Tent Village here. And here we have our next finishers. We've got some more finishers
Yeah, he
coming
gets
through.
a little wild.
So Kirsten York just finished there, bib 5:31 in 27 hours and 22 minutes. Troy Windsor was right there as well with a finish in 27 hours 37 minutes, so he would have been a Wave 1 starter. Nice. Great insight here from Tina. Two of the oldest finishers are going to be coming in soon. And I believe we have our drone out there who is going to follow in the next set of runners here. So you can see the finish line area in the distance there. And there you've got a great view of the Javelina headquarters. It looks like we have our next finisher right here on the drone. As he approaches the aid station here. And a quick update I just saw pop up on my screen. Nolan Sheehan has just left the Rattlesnake Ranch aid station and is making his way here to Javelina headquarters. And Nolan helped us do a lot of live stream filming at Cocodona. And so huge shout out to him for tackling his first 100-miler here at Western States, as we have finisher coming in right here. There we are. There we are. I will get you all. That was James E. Haas, bib 352, 69 years old. 352.
Static Camp B. Oh, we need to mute it, huh?
Muted it.
I think that's ours, though. What? B and I made C as well, so that these guys can get on the Wi-Fi for a whole hour, so it's super smooth that way. So I might need to just add. I need to add the links. It should be the same as Studio Static Cam A, but just changed to B and C. Right, so we just need to update it. Because it's probably the original and we need to go to backup, so.
So we have a runner coming in here at the finish line of the Javelina 100. And that was Albert Frederick finishing in 27:44.
Steven, but it's called Static Camp. They're both, B and C are both golden hour. Yes.
So we are just awaiting a couple more runners here as they are approaching the start-finish line. We've got
Are you able to mute on your end?
We are looking at one of our next runners coming into the start-finish line here.
I suppose just mute there. That's right.
And here is our next finisher there. Just came through in the neon yellow green shirt there. And that was Victor Maldonado in a time of 27 hours, 48 minutes, and 54 seconds. His bib number was 575. And we are looking at our next finisher here. And that finisher was bib 651, Karen Bonet Natraj? Natraj?
So that's Paul Benet's sister?
Paul Benet's sister.
Yep.
Karen Bonet Natraj. With a time of 27:49:32.
Multiple time Javelina finisher. I'm not sure what this was for her, but she has been out here many, many times.
Amazing. And it looks like Jenny Meyer, bib 192, finished just shortly behind Miss Karen. And I know in the chat earlier someone was asking for an update on Sonia Glover. She has left the Jackass aid station according to our latest update here. And we have our next runner coming through. There we have our next finisher. I will work on seeing if we can identify that person here. And that was bib 363, Steve Troxel, coming in at 27 hours and 51 minutes. Chris Warden in the chat saying that that was Karen's 11th finish.
Amazing. That's got to be up there with about the most.
Yeah, who did we say earlier who had like 12?
Susan Donnelly, probably?
Someone had 12 earlier, and I forget who it was.
Nice. All right, so it sounds like Steve Troxel from Jackson, Tennessee. Fun fact, he has 5 kids and 13 grandkids. He's out here, loves to party in the desert, and needed a Western States qualifier.
Fred Roberts was who I was thinking of. That
Yeah.
has-
Oh, right.
has
Yeah,
like a
sorry.
dozen.
Yep.
Chris is saying Susan Donnelly also has 14 finishes if she finished today. So
I
that
saw
might be the
her
most.
last night at some point, heading back out.
So we are taking a look at some of our next finishers coming in here.
She's still there, yeah. It's like vertical though. I just saw Luigi go by.
And we had someone in the chat asking for an update on Eric Olson. Looks like his last update was a bit ago at 8:32 at the Jackass aid station. So he should be coming into the Rattlesnake Ranch aid station shortly. And we've got a little bit of a follow cam on our next runners.
It might get better as it approaches the finish line potentially.
Yeah, as they are closing in on the aid station there, or at the finish line, I mean. And here we have our next finisher. That is bib 206, Dustin Pfaff, with a finish time of 27:55. From Corona del Mar, California. And our next finisher here. We have bib 700, Monique Barrett, with a time of 27:41.
Well, let's see. Clockwise, we are almost at 10 a.m., meaning we're about an hour away from the start of Golden Hour.
It's almost here.
You've been dreaming about this day for months, I think.
I've been getting hyped for months.
Hyped with a J.
Obviously.
Yeah. Jiped. Yeah, it's not happening. Morgan is I think trying to match Jubilee with the costume changes. I've seen three since sunrise, I believe.
What is she now? Is it a ghost? Is it a marshmallow?
Marshmallow suit, possibly.
As like a shout out.
I
to
could find out.
Our sponsors, Hoka, who used to have marshmallow suit mascots.
Those looked a little better, but we'll see. We'll see if we get a response. I did text her. We'll find out what is happening there, but it looks pretty great.
You know, maybe she's just practicing for any future events that we may be hosting in the great state of Colorado.
Maybe a snowball.
Yeah, could be.
Could pass for a snowball if you had to.
Well, yeah.
We're good. We're just here hanging out. If I could? You can. Oh, well, that's what we've set those up. Is that what you're saying? Maybe I'm not understanding what you're saying. Are you talking about those names? Like, oh, you have like your own local view? Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I did finally find the director's room. It was just in a different browser on here, so I was able to mute all those sources. And we just need to figure out that co-director, because that would solve a lot of problems. Because then you could just go in there and manipulate it as well. There's a chat. Yeah. Oh, so you're saying I could do that? I don't think I've ever tried to do that. Right. Oh, well, I'm wanting to do that right now. Let's see. So here, for like here, message. Oh yeah, okay. I won't do it then. Actually, when it's like that, it does work. You know, that looks fine, actually. It comes in full screen. It does. Yeah, give it a shot if you want.
Who ended up accepting the Western States golden tickets from John Clark?
I did.
I don't believe you got one.
I can't just will it by
No,
saying it on the stream?
Well, I think if it's on the stream.
Well, I mean, I have possession of the physical tickets, so I mean, if I just hold on to them, right?
Well,
possession is
possession
9/10
of the law. They're basically yours.
Okay. All joking aside, I'm pretty sure.
Arlen?
Yeah, he accepted. Like, Ryan accepted. Camille accepted. And you know Tess is going to accept.
Based on her excitement level at the finish
Based
line.
on her slight levels of stoke, like minimal amounts of stoke.
She
She
brought like her
accepted.
own party to the finish line, and we did just have Monique. We mentioned has already finished, and we will keep you updated on any additional finishers here as we are taking a look at the Rattlesnake Ranch aid station, which is the last aid station runners will hit on their way back to Javelina headquarters.
Someone in the chat, Vaughn Michael, might have been confused about my doppelganger being out on the trail. Trying to interpret what's happening here. They say I was running way after midnight and then back on the stream. Epic. You were zooming on the trail. Now, I don't recall this happening, but maybe it was when I was chasing the golden ticket late last night. It's possible.
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe there's a Jam Jam costume out there.
Actually,
which would automatically win, right?
Speaking of it, I don't know how much of a costume it was, other than the guy kind of could look kind of like me. Like what? like he has long hair, but I don't know that.
He's like a mix between like you and Anton.
Yeah.
Like if you and
Well, me and
Anton were blended.
yeah. Yeah, like I don't wear glasses, and I always have a hat on.
Yeah.
But anyways, and I'm
Pretty
more
good though.
Yeah, pretty
You should
good.
submit that
It's a guy
as-
with long hair.
Yeah.
Nice
Pretty
job.
good.
Same like hair color, too, right?
Definitely. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
You should submit that for the costume
Well,
contest.
I think I might about to submit it.
Nice job.
And then I got these from Bill Schultz. Timing guy. Just me staring at my screen, my drone controller screen, getting all hyper stoked.
And we just got a chance to see Donald Stoner, bib 496, come across the finish line there, and bib 364 Deeren Serenian also came through just seconds behind. So 2 more finishers there. And Bill Schultz, I believe, Jamil, was having a bit of a dance party when we did the live stream for 6 Days in the Dome.
Oh, of course.
At the turnaround, he was there, helping facilitate the change of directions. Yeah, Vaughn Michaels in the chat. Must have been your twin because it was.
Well, we think we found it because someone did send me a message. Huh?
In the dark, that definitely could pass as you.
Yeah. So they say that this guy. Well, actually, we can pull him up. Maybe we have a photo of him in our bio. Let's see if we can pull up bib number 324. The font for the bibs is really challenging to read.
That looks like him.
Yeah, that's him. Well, because he does have long hair. Here, you see this? I don't know if you can see over here.
You'd have to pull.
That's your best.
Can you pull to the studio camp? There you go, Jam. You know,
Okay.
if you get a little side by side there,
Could happen. I need to like get some more grays going in the beard. I think he's got a couple years on me. All right. We got a backup Chris cam that I need to create, Blaine. So just give me a second. I'll just put it right under the other ones if that works for you.
and then,
Whoa! I didn't want to do that. My bad. Let me go back to studio mode temporarily.
we are following in our next runner here. Vaughn Michaels in the chat. That was him. I was duped.
I should have just taken the credit, you know. It's how I really get all my work done. I've got an army of jams.
And our next finisher here looks like it is going to be Tracy Vogler. And we will see. Yeah, that was Tracy Vogler in a time of 27 hours, 51 minutes, and 47 seconds here. So we are a little less than an hour away from the start of the golden hour.
Woo! Good little woo! Woo! Woo!
Voted best legs in college, and so he's disappointed that there's only a best ass award and not a best legs
I mean,
award.
that is a good point.
You know?
Yeah.
Have to put that on the put it on the old to-do list.
Little base camp to-do list.
so we are here at the finish line. We've got
All right. Static. It's called Static Chris, Blaine. You should be ready to go.
we've got our next
Ooh,
runner.
this is not runner
coming.
and pacer. This is runner and runner, holding hands into the finish. And we got someone coming in hot on the side, passing two of them in the finish chute. Here he goes, looking strong and fresh with some fresh shades on.
Yeah, those are definitely looking good. You know what they say? Look good, feel good, run good.
And we got this couple coming up here. You know, they don't care if they get passed. They are just focused on enjoying the process there.
And that was Paulo Aguilar that we just saw finish. And who is the couple here? And Paulo was hauling there when he came into the finish. And so our next two finishers here were Madeline Guerrera and Jonathan Padilla Guerrera. And they finished together. Jonathan, very gentlemanly, made sure that the missus finished a couple seconds ahead there. Could also be based on when he started his, when he crossed the timing mat as well. So if he crossed before at the start.
What do you think? You think he...
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say he said,
Perfect.
you know, it's first here.
All right. Oh, we could look at that bib number. Is that 135? 135. It's tough. That is like I said, it's a tough Halloween font. It gives us a good challenge.
Oh, I have like not great vision. I feels like I'm squinting that way. Oh.
Yeah, we tried to pull. We actually pulled up we pulled up Manapreet when he was going through Rattlesnake.
Yeah, he had family in the chat. Yesterday.
He would love to meet Elon Musk, and he's running Javelina to discover himself. Think he found it or discovered it? I hope so too.
I hope so, and I hope eventually he gets to meet Elon Musk.
Yeah,
you know, I hope that everyone's dreams come true.
All right, we got bib 280 here coming up.
And Manavpreet Thierra finished in 28 hours, 10 minutes.
This is George Tees from Virginia. He's got a great mugshot.
No, I will say it's better than a lot of just like generic logos. Yeah, I like the jack-o'-lantern scarecrow look, you know?
Oh, is that the Grim Reaper following this person? Maybe bib 45, quite possibly. This is great. Oh, yeah. Mitchell Chan from Costa Mesa.
And we had Roger Young finish there. It was bib 284. And then Mitchell Chan. So I don't believe that was Mr. T's. Oh, he finished as well. Sorry. Everyone's coming in. It's just it's hard to keep it all straight.
I noticed that it is now 75 degrees Fahrenheit on site. I think we could hit. We might hit 80 by noon, by the end of this thing.
And it looks like Mitchell, I believe, timed out. It's in the 100-mile, and that was start finish 4.
Interesting. Last seen at 10 a.m. Could you click on him? Maybe we can get some split times for him. There could be a miss in there. Yeah. You would expect to see more. 688. That's very possible.
Yeah.
I mean, he might have had
We'll
a.
see if that updates or works itself out at all too.
Yeah. Oh, Susan Donnelly is on our Cam B there. If we want to pull her up. Did we get a count on her, or we're not sure?
Chris says it's 14.
Wow.
So I will trust his research.
If we have static Cam B, or she is coming in right now. The drone shot is great, actually. She's crossing right now. And she just came across there. So Susan Donnelly, I believe, the most Javelina 100 finishes.
27 hours, 58 minutes for Miss Susan. So under the 28-hour mark there.
And then you got the Chris Cam is a good one too. He's right in that. There we go. So there's Susan Donnelly chatting with Howie Stern. I know she is a Midwesterner, and she comes in for Javelina every year. I think her mom lives in Scottsdale or Fountain Hills, so it was like I think her annual pilgrimage. She comes, visits her mom, runs the race.
Yeah, and I believe I overheard Chris saying that she said even if her mom relocated, she would still come for the race now.
Love it.
That's amazing. It's very kind of her. As a Midwesterner, I expect nothing less. And shout out to Susan Donnelly. And we just had Bib 600 Scott Mason come through the finish here in just under 28 hours. 27:59:37 for Bib 600 Scott Mason.
You can tell some of these folks are worked. They've been out there for over 28 hours at this point. And here's a shot of our headquarters here, heading on up. You can see the pop-up tents have begun to disappear. And we are still welcoming a lot of these runners in as they continue to make their way through the village. Shout out to our media team out there, Stephen Crawford with the beard flowing there. Cocodona 250 finisher out here helping and assisting. Getting some shots out here at the finish line.
Oh, is that a participant or someone running to go get a photo, I hope?
Yeah, it looks like a photo. That is funny. We've seen quite a bit of that where the family and friends are out sprinting to get that perfect shot at the end. So here we go. We have a finisher coming on in here. Hi. There we go.
And I will get you the information on that finisher as soon as our things update here. It looks like we just got Brian Schreiber, who just finished, and then who we were just looking at was Michelle Bourret, who just finished bib 427. She finished in 28:02:06. Looks like we just had another finisher come through here. And that was Kevin Wheat, bib 448.
Kevin Wheat's coming from Highlands Ranch, Colorado. And it looks like Jubilee is preparing, I believe, for the awards. I think that might be beginning right now.
And then we just had P.S. Joshi and Holly Theory both just finished their 100-mile journey as well.
So from the Hoka Lounge area, they're getting set. They're starting to call people in. They're going to be handing out the race awards here in advance of our golden hour. So those will be, oh, looks like we got a little shot of the buckle there. They're in the crew zone. That's pretty cool. Love seeing the crew tents and spots.
Shout out to Aravaipa After Dark host Chris Warden, who's bringing us that footage.
Yeah, we did get a question in the chat. How much sleep have we gotten?
I got, I think, like around a couple hours.
Okay.
Maybe.
Ballpark it.
Roughly.
Yeah.
How about you?
When did you arrive here? Were you here when I arrived?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I've been here. I arrived here at like 11 yesterday.
You just been here the whole time?
Yeah.
Great. You got some sleep here though?
Yeah.
Great. I'm catching up. I was delirious. I was nodding off a little bit.
Yeah, I think you got at least 90 minutes from
90 minutes. Okay, that's what I was
when
curious.
I came in here.
Perfect.
But you were already asleep, so.
Okay, might have been a couple hours.
Yeah, probably
And then
around there somewhere.
I think I got about 1 hour in a chair in the timing tent.
Perfect.
I felt great after that one. That perked me up. Maybe it was a full REM cycle. I don't know. Maybe it was 90.
That's all you need, right?
So, yeah, we're rolling on a couple hours each. Probably everyone on the commentating team. I think we kind of rotated our sleep schedules slightly enough to make it work.
Yeah, it's perfect. Only one night, you know. During the Cocodona broadcast, that was
a week.
Yeah, it was a week's worth of I think I was getting 4 hours of sleep. That was a lot.
And you weren't even running the race, so
I wasn't even running the race. I did chat with your dad just the other day, and I believe I got more sleep than he did, though.
Got a quick view of Rattlesnake Ranch. This is going to become important here right now because these folks are still 3.8 miles away from the finish, and they have less than 2 hours now before the end of the race. So these are some of the folks that we are going to see finishing in our golden hour, which is the final hour of this event before cutoff. So I guess make a mental note and see some of these folks heading out. We'll see them in about an hour coming into the finish. And they look like I think they're busting out the ice again, it looks like. 75 degrees, full sun. You don't want to take it for granted at this point. You want to continue to take care of yourself out there.
Well, for sure. You're so close, but yet still so far away, right? There's still plenty of time for stuff to go wrong, so you've got to be cognizant of making sure that you're dialing everything in still. It looks like we just had a finisher come through, and that was Jennifer Stringham, bib 39. She finished in 28 hours, 6 minutes, and 47 seconds. Another runner coming through here. That was bib 326, Joe Von Bokern.
Oh, there we go. Joe Von Bokum, why am I running? My first 100-miler. Running for me is a celebration. What better way to party in the desert? Before discovering a love for running, my passion was performing arts. I worked as a professional actor and improv comedian in Chicago. And favorite movie is Rocky Horror Picture Show.
And then we just saw bib 825. Vivian Barron come through in costume. I couldn't make out what her costume was, but I could tell that she was wearing some attire.
She might need to head right over to the awards ceremony, possibly.
Yeah, possibly.
I'm not aware of the cost. There is a costumed podium at the Javelina 100 now. We used to give out just the top male, female, and now it is a full podium of costumes, which is great to see.
That is great to see.
I did see the, I don't know if this was posted on social yet. I don't know if you caught this, but the Best Ass Award was handed out. Did you catch that?
I did not. Is this something that I want to catch?
Yeah, I think you do.
Okay. Classic.
Yeah.
Classic. I actually saw that person finish. I can't remember their name, but they finished within the last
If you want to go to
hour
the
or two.
studio cam, I can just show this on the phone. I don't know if it's on there, but yeah, here we go. It's just a fake plastic butt.
But it's nice.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice one.
Yeah. Yeah, we saw him finish as well. Amazing. I can't remember the name, but they finished within the last couple hours.
Are you talking about the Best Ass?
Yeah. Was it?
Let me see if I can catch the bib number on here. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I can quite see it. Daniel Soto here in the chat says, thank you so much for the coverage. It's been on in my house since the start. Very fortunate to follow my running friends this way since I couldn't make it out this year. Appreciate you all. Well, thank you for that nice, kind comment. We really appreciate you tuning in and joining us. Yeah, we probably had some ghost viewership last night left on the camera monitor or the computer monitor.
You know, I will say this, though. Chris Warden's voice would make very good ambient noise.
Sleep like a baby. And looks like we've got a live shot from the awards and the golden tickets being handed out. Do we want to try and get some of that audio? Give me 1 second and I might be able to pull it up. I think I hear it's very faint. Chris's volume was pretty low, I think, the other day too, so. It looks like we have, is that our women's podium? It's really hard for me to tell. Camille.
Yeah, it looks like it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. First, second,
Yeah, Camille.
That's
Tessa.
So
yeah.
third would be getting the second golden ticket.
Tessa's on the far side there.
Yep.
Awesome. So congratulations to our women's podium there. We have Camille Herron, Brittany Peterson, Tessa Chesser with the big golden tickets. You love to see it. And you love to see the walk after 100. It's great. All the sore muscles. Fantastic work by these ladies. Earning those golden tickets. Heading to Western States 2022. And they are hanging out in the Hoka Lounge area on site at Javelina headquarters. And next up is our men's podium. We have Arlen Glick. We have, Oh my God, I'm
Ryan
so
Montgomery.
blanking.
Ryan Montgomery.
Thank you. Ryan Montgomery and of course Cole Watson. See, that's why we're a good team, Air.
You know, the Utah native. Well, I was fortunate enough to call their closing miles, their finish,
Yeah.
and post event. So I got to talk about these gentlemen quite
Yeah.
a bit.
I mean, I should know since I talked to them and congratulated them, but here they are. And of course, our top two are going to take those golden tickets. Cole will have to return in February for Black Canyon 100K, quite possibly,
I'd love to see it.
for another shot.
Love to see it. We'd get another chance to see Cole on a live broadcast then as well.
Are you hinting at something?
Well, I've already told the people.
Oh.
I
I thought I swore off live streams.
I've already committed us
think that happened.
To 2 days of coverage.
We'll enjoy it.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll run it.
You should. You should run the
It'll be great.
60K.
Sorry, I signed up for every single race, so I can't do anything.
And we just had Nick
Let's,
Levitin, finish just moments ago here.
Yeah, maybe we can. Oh, Chris is. I mean, why do you think I ran Cocodona? And there it is, your men's podium. And we're back at the finish line here. That is that Andre Lee? Pretty sure that's Andre Lee. I noted. I mean, when he did this, that can only be one person.
That was Mr. Andre Lee.
First 100 miler for Mr. Andre Lee, believe it or not.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
He did
And
Cocodona.
100th Aravaipa race.
100th Aravaipa race. First 100-mile race at the Javelina 100.
Yep.
Amazing.
Following up his first 250-mile race, of course.
Yeah. where he was
Cocodona
our final
finisher.
finisher.
Yep, DFL at Cocodona. There is an award for DFL at this race as well. Well, it's actually called Dead Last.
Yeah.
And that was the award that was with us right here for the race brief.
Yeah, and we
One of the
just
coolest
saw,
awards.
Ken Borgsmiller come through as well. He finished bib 97 in a time of 28:29:40.
Andre Lee soaking it up there at the finish line. Lots of friends and supporters. Ranger Amy right there, who gave us that excellent footage yesterday from Jackass Junction throughout the afternoon. There he is, looking right at the camera for us, showing off his buckle, his hardware. Good stuff.
No, it's
Andre
bib,
Lee.
666. Andre Lee.
666.
I feel like that was a requested.
Yeah, so you can request bib numbers at this race, and I believe there's a few numbers that are most requested. 666, I think, is up there. I did not do the bib assignments this year, but I typically do them, and 666 is all the triples, so like 666, 777, 888, they're highly requested. And it's quite appropriate for Andre to get that. He definitely, I think his storyline beat out a lot of the other entrants this year. So he is local to Tempe, Arizona here. And congratulations, Andre. We love you. Glad you're part of the Aravaipa family.
Amazing run.
All right, we've got a lot of chatter about bib 454. Let's see if we can pull up 454 any minute now. So we kind of want to, if we can keep on the finish as much as possible, we'll keep an eye out for that so we don't miss it.
454 is Jason Hightower, who left the Rattlesnake aid station a little over an hour ago. So he should be.
Can we get that? Oh.
And we just had Nolan I'm almost positive that was Nolan Sheehan coming across the finish line there. Yeah, that was Nolan Sheehan, who helped us film out at Fort Tuthill for the Cocodona 250. Probably the crispest live coverage we had the entire event during the Cocodona live stream. It wasn't
amazing. All just crisp?
That one in particular was like 8K.
8K.
It was incredible.
So a little bit more information on Jason Hightower, Bib 454. Sounds like his brother's in the chat. Last year he only made it to 70 miles, so he's getting it done this year. And he is running to get the crazies out of him. And he says he's the least interesting man in the world. His own words, not mine.
And here we just had our next finisher, who was Mr. Jason Hightower. So there you go.
Can we get that bio card up on the screen? That was him right there.
That was him.
If you can recognize his face.
There he is. Getting the finish line banner photo.
Jason's wife is in the chat too, so hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Finally delivered on a requested finish. I love it. Actually, I think we've been doing that mostly.
We've nailed more than we've missed.
Perfect.
And we got, is that another finisher coming in here?
Coming in hot. Right past.
Yeah.
We missed the bib number on that one.
We did miss the bib number on that one. However, that was, and this might be the most fitting name here, bib 511, Mike Meyer.
All right. Mike Meyer. Lakewood, Colorado. It's part of the Aravaipa, Colorado contingency.
Yep.
I love that shout out that y'all did. That was great.
Hey, thank you.
And we've got some. "14 finishes, Susan Donnelly."
Yeah.
14 of 19.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
That's the most all time. So
Most
no
all
one's
time.
done more.
Nope.
We've got our next finisher coming in. Right there. We just saw our next finisher, who was bib 739, Jenny Thieler, with a time of 28 hours and 20 minutes. 739 was the bib number on Miss Jenny there. From Charlotte, North Carolina, an East Coaster. North Carolina, underrated trail running scene out there.
Did you say North Carolina?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Some really beautiful.
I have run a race in North Carolina before. Believe it or not.
You've made it out east of the Mississippi.
A few times. Yep.
Yeah, love it.
But I've skipped right over the Midwest to not to your liking. Yeah. True story.
Maybe we'll get you at Tunnel Hill one of these years.
Tunnel Hill, baby.
Just so that you can really experience the beauty of Southern Illinois.
We were talking about Morgan earlier. We were trying to figure out what she was in that white costume. She says a white blob, or maybe a marshmallow,
Yeah,
or
we'll
possibly a cloud.
Ooh, a cloud.
Cloud sounds kind of nice. Like I've never heard of someone that is like wearing a cloud costume, but that would be close.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with marshmallow still.
It's probably the correct answer. And we are now up to 76 degrees, 10:37 a.m. here in Arizona. And as you can see, we have more finishers coming in as the tents slowly begin to clear out, but there's still plenty of people cheering and sticking it out and hanging out here. What a great day for some running.
Is that a 100K bib?
That does appear to be the case.
Perfect. Let's go.
Taking full advantage of the time limits.
As they come in, we've got runners coming into the finish here. Looks like we just had Mallory Ham finish. And we now have... Wait for this to update. That was Ken Young with the finish, and that was a 100K bib. So shout out to both Mallory Ham and Ken Young. Mallory finishing her 100-mile, and Ken finishing the
What does that
100K.
finish time equate to for the 100K?
27:37.
Nice.
Plenty of time to spare. And it looks like the temperatures are heating up as our creative director, Rebecca, is losing the pineapple.
That is a sign right there. I'm still saying we're going to crack 80 by the time this thing's over.
By the end of the golden hour?
Yes.
Definitely.
12:15.
Yep.
We're cracking 80.
I would agree.
Called it a little while ago, but
You just, re-emphasizing your stance on what the temperature is going to be.
Doubling down.
Yeah, you definitely a double down.
Yeah,
there.
double down.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta be clear that it's a double down. So we're here just hanging out with all you, 131 of you. Oh, we got a little bit of a lean here coming in.
Oh,
It looks
but
like
still the energy to high five, which is good. It's a
yeah,
good sign.
kind of a low 5 maybe.
Yeah,
But
true.
we got looks like 200-mile finishers coming in. 2 100-mile finishers. Oh, I can't. I think, folks, they're going to make it. I'm going to wager that they will get it done here.
I agree, and I think it's good that they're working together,
And this is our Chris Cam. And we got Steven running around there, too.
So,
Actually, don't see the Steven Cam anymore as an option.
and there we have our next set of finishers here.
Who were those two? Did we already go over that? Or are we still waiting for it to pop
No,
up?
so we had Natalie Collar finished moments ago, and now we're just waiting on.
There we go.
Yeah, we have 3 in a row here. Cam Carr, Rob Devine, and Beth Walters all finished. Rob and Cam finished together, and Beth was 6 seconds behind them. So, all right there. Finishing.
New Mexico contingent. Rob Devine from Oro Valley, Arizona. He is running to raise money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, loving the trails and the awesome atmosphere at Javelina. And he says, fun fact, I am slower than I look. Well, I mean, I'm not going to say anyone who finishes towards the end is slow, but you can take it for what it's worth. And then his favorite Halloween movie, Pamela Pumpkin's Halloween Workout. We're gonna have to look this up now.
Yeah,
I'm intrigued.
Yeah, you caught my attention. It's like, and it looks like we've got some more finishers coming in here.
It definitely. I just started typing Pamela P, and it comes up right away.
A little ultra lean here as we cross the finish line, and that was Jesse Goldstein, bib 879, coming in, followed closely by Rob Sargent, bib 340.
Static Cam B looks pretty good if we can pull that one in.
And meanwhile, Jamil is currently watching the Halloween workout video here.
We both are.
We've got a pumpkin lady. We have
Pamela.
a banana costume where the top of the banana is covering the gentleman's eyes. And we have a scarecrow. It's perfect. I love it. It might be my favorite Halloween video, too. And we got another finisher coming in here. That was 100K finisher Lisa Lee, bib 309.
Okay, we're gonna have to bookmark this video and watch it later. But we got finishes to watch, folks.
And Dick Danforth in the chat. What was that about New Mexico contingent? We had a finisher come in from Las Cruces.
Yep.
Is that how you say it?
Yep.
Las Cruces, New Mexico.
All I heard from this short clip of video that I watched about Pamela's pumpkin Halloween workout was about kicking Satan in the crotch.
Perfect.
So you know it's going to be good.
Perfect.
Ooh, someone's striding it out there on the Chris cam. Look at that. Oh, yeah.
And here he comes into the finish. And we will see if we can get an update on that individual.
He's right there. He looks worked. He's pushing through.
And that was Christopher Baca, bib 899.
48 years old, from Sandia Park, New Mexico.
New Mexico, Dick Danforth, you tuned in just at the right time. So we are following as we have more runners coming to the finish here.
Do you have and show labels?
here we have our next runner coming into the finish.
Bless you.
And that was Deborah McKenzie, bib 588, finishing in 28 hours and 33 minutes here. It looks like gonna have some more runners coming in to the finish here soon. And a little finish with the kiddo. Love to see that. And that was bib 376, Sabine Herman. We're getting awfully close to that golden hour start.
We are getting so close. Hi. We're here still. We're hanging out. I think I need to move this cactus over slightly.
Yeah, I was actually just about to call you out and let you know that
I
you're
mean,
blocking.
it's so painful to move, but I'll do it. I'll take one for the team here.
Be careful. You don't want to prick your fingers. I'm just kidding. It's obviously not a real cactus. That'd be a danger. But it looks beautiful.
Treacherous. Oh, I know. Yeah.
And here we have our next finisher here. Here we go.
Oh, yeah, baby. God, Tony.
And that was bib 119, Akiko Crawford, finishing in 28 hours and 35 minutes there. So a lot of the recent finishers here have been wave 2 finishers now. We haven't
So
had a lot
Akiko,
of...
why I'm running Javelina, it's time for my first 100 mile and wanted to do it the fun party setting.
Let's go.
Fun fact, had a nomadic, sorry. It says nomadic child food, but I think it's childhood. And we can't read or talk anymore, but lived in 3 different countries, went to 6 different grade schools. So there you go.
That would be really weird if it said a romantic childhood, as you almost...
Yeah, well, that's what I thought.
stated.
That's what I thought it said, but you can see how an R could be an N. Anyways, definitely not what's going on.
Sleepy Hollow, good choice for a favorite Halloween movie, as we have the aerial footage of our next finishers coming in. And we are now on the Chris cam. Chris doing an excellent job here, following our runners in after pulling an overnight commentary duty.
I think Chris was saying that this kind of speed work is his new kickoff to his training plan. After
Good.
chasing those elites around yesterday. Oh, look at this.
Oh, and we're getting the dance move into the finish line.
Loving
we
it.
like to
Loving
see.
it. The pull of the finish line is real.
Love it.
I love how much energy the volunteers at the finish line have welcoming them in as well. Oh, look at
Look
this.
at him. Let's go. That is amazing. That is amazing.
Love it. 100-mile finish in the bag. Oh, he's got a bag of ice on his head.
And
I was
that,
wondering what that
I
was.
believe is bib 928. Rosser Pangot?
Let's see if we can pull that up. He's 48 years old from Pacific
Yeah.
Grove, California. I like his hat, too. Could have used that hat here at the end.
I didn't know what that was. It was a bag of ice.
It was a bag of ice. I thought it was like a paper towel, and it ended up being... Oh,
And
strong
here we
finish
go.
here.
Wow.
Whoa.
Let's go.
I have a feeling this golden hour is going to be one to remember.
Yeah. I agree.
And I love that we
Look at
have
that
these
finish.
great camera angles as well.
That
I just saw a couple of people flash past Chris again.
That was Jack Wiley, who just finished in a time of 28:38.50.
And watch our feed here coming in hot.
Looks like, do we have another finisher here?
Yep. Yes, we do. Congratulations, you are done.
And that was bib 387, Amanda Halpenny. From La Crescenta, California. It's like we're kicking off the golden hour early here, Jam.
It does feel like that a little bit,
Like we're
which
gonna
is
have,
fine.
like a golden
It could
90 minutes.
Could be golden hours.
Yeah.
For all we care.
And we just had another finisher here.
We have a comment in the chat here. They're talking about the Cocodona Cave. So, talking about the backdrop?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll stand
Was
for
that a thing?
I don't
Were
know.
people talking about it? Like they feel like that setting was like you were in a dark room, dark cave?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I agree with you. This is great.
This is great. We just had Heidi Garner finish just moments ago. You know, I thought the Cocodona Cave was kind of nice.
Well, fortunately for you, it still exists right over there. It was relocated to that corner. So
I love it.
Feel free to, whenever you want to use it, you can.
Thank you. I appreciate the approval in advance. Here we go, closing in on the finish. And that was Ann Darren Lewis. Bib 407 just finished there in 28 hours, 40 minutes, and 53 seconds. Followed by Brittany Wong, bib 103. Just a mere 6 seconds behind there.
Nashville.
Brittany is from Nashville, Tennessee.
I did want to mention, I saw this tweet by Michael Owen, at Owen Running. He's talking about Arlen Glick. And I know that we talked about in the preview, he was like won 5 of the last 600s he did, but he's actually all time since 2019, 9-1.
That's pretty good.
In 100-mile races. 8 of them have been sub 16 hours. 6 of them have been sub 15 hours. 4 of them have been sub 14 hours. And his fastest PR, 12:57.11, is the only one he did not win.
That was when Illinois native and Eastern Illinois University alumni Taggart Van Etten won the Tunnel Hill 100 in Vienna, Illinois. And we got another finisher here. We will get you an update on who that is. That's actually an incredible stat that his fastest time was the race that he didn't win. And that last finisher was Kyle Rooney, bib 966. From Minnetonka, Minnesota. And our next finisher here coming in. Oh, man. And as he crossed the finish, he had the jumping heel click.
You'll love
And
to
that
see it.
was 9:24 Tim Makuta. Bib 9:24 in a time of 28:42.54 from San Mateo, California. Why am I running Javelina? Wait, you're supposed to run this?
And his fun fact is he says he's actually a swimmer. So you pick the race that has no water crossings.
Yeah.
All right. We got some real fans of our live streaming coverage because Masha says Cocodona versus Rattlesnacks.
The Cocodona thing made me actually cry in laughter because we actually consumed Cocodonuts on the live stream.
That's great.
Rattlesnacks is pretty good.
Rattlesnacks is pretty great.
That's pretty good.
Oh, there's
too.
that buckle.
Let's go.
Yes. Loving it. So stoked. We are just moments away from the official start of Wave 1 Golden Hour. Because there's also Wave 2 Golden Hour.
Yeah, which it will be most of the people finishing, I believe, will be Wave 2 starters,
Mhm.
but not all.
Mm-hmm.
Not all. We have had a few Wave 1 runners.
Rob
slip in.
Ricardo in the chat. Shout out, Rob. How you doing, sir? He's all about the Cocodonuts.
Rightfully so.
Jubilee shows you how hot, how warm it's getting out there. She's in that Pope costume and pulls out the rainbow umbrella. And we got Disc Golf Schoolboy saying huge congrats to Akiko for her first 100 miler. You can see here is a view of inside of our expo tent. The runners get about 60 feet of shade
Yeah.
on their way in to make that final push through the searing heat to the finish. Is that
Here we
Luigi?
go. Do we have matching bottoms here? It looked like
I think
at
it's
one
Mario
point?
and Luigi.
Oh, is it?
Pacer and runner, yes.
Oh, wow. That's going kind of above and beyond to have your pacer in
I love-
costume.
oh,
That
we got a
supports
pass
and
coming up here.
facilitates. Oh, are they?
But
gonna
yeah, the
battle?
matching, I love when the Pacers match the costumes and theme it. And the crew as well. I've seen that done before.
Yeah,
That's great.
Classic.
Rob Ricardo is thanking us for the epic coverage, and graphics are next level too. Shout out to Blaine over there. Thank you, good sir.
So we are watching our next finishers, who will be our first finishers of Golden Hour Part 1.
Official.
Might not fall in their Golden Hour, but we're going to
We
count
will
it.
find out.
We're going to count it.
We're counting it.
Counting it. I love that it is Mario and Luigi.
And this is what we've been waiting for, folks. So explain to us a little bit. You've themed out this live stream a little bit. It was important to not only focus on the front of the pack, but the whole race. So talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean these stories, as we see our Luigi finish. These people have been out there for a long time, and what they're accomplishing is incredible in and of its own right. And so we are bringing you coverage. This whole live stream has been dedicated to bringing you coverage from the race for the golden tickets all the way to the race or to the chase of the golden hour. And so we're going to bring you this last 60, 75 minutes of coverage, as the individuals who just crossed were Nick Bones, bib 616, and Bart Damershock, bib 234. So again, what these individuals, what these runners are accomplishing is amazing, and I'm just stoked to be here to share as much of their story as we can with you, as we have an influx of finishers coming to the finish line to greet the Pope, Jubilee Page. And that last runner we had was bib 907, Jacob Bowler, I believe there were people in the chat at one point today checking on Jacob Bowler. He has just finished in 29 hours and 2 minutes. So he is your first official golden hour finisher.
Love it. Wave 1 runner.
Wave 1 runner, and we just had
29:02.
Steve Oliphant finish here, bib 429.
He's in wave 2 though, so he's technically
28:48. Yeah, so these runners who have just come in were mostly wave 2 runners.
Yep.
So they're
We got
outside of the golden hour.
A little bit of a limbo period the next few minutes here until we hit 11:15. Then we'll know everyone will be that golden hour. Let's see here. Is there any way to figure out if a runner is from the first or second wave? So in the results, can you look at race time versus last seen? I don't know. Yeah, if there's a difference in the time, you would know that there would be first or second wave.
And it looks like our drone here is giving us some footage of
He
the
just
timing
grabbed
tent.
it. He grabbed it out of the air. Pro status. What do you mean? Oh, you have to go to the recent crossings one.
So it says aid station. Yep. And then yeah,
because
and
they
it
come
auto
in.
refreshes.
They just start popping up. Oh yeah, we could look and see our last 3 runners. Have we seen 7:11, 2:01, or 6:73 through Rattlesnake?
No to 711. Classic number, by the way. 201. 201 is through Rattlesnake.
Okay.
And what was the last number here? 673. Which is Sonia Glover, also not through. So 201 is through Rattlesnake. Then it should be 711 and 673. And it is gonna be tight on the
Sonia, I don't know about that.
For anyone who hasn't hit Rattlesnake yet.
When did 711 go through Jackass? Because Sonia was like 950. That's only gives yourself about 2 hours, and that might not happen.
I will pull that up.
Doug Brandt has some historical information for us here. So back in 2009, I came out the next morning to watch the last people finish the 100. I was standing next to Robert Linus on the last piece of desert on the other side of the road, just a few hundred yards from the finish. In his slow draw, Robert said, "You know, if you step it up, you can catch the guy in front of you." We've got a question here from Rob Ricardo. Maybe we can pull that up on the screen. Will there be a Javelina documentary / short film as well? Yes. And we did have a film team out here led by Dylan Harris, and they were capturing the race up front, the golden ticket battle for both the men and women. And I know that they are pretty excited about what they captured out there. So stay tuned. But of course, we first have our Cocodona documentary launching in November.
Yep. So that will be out in...
That will be the priority.
Yeah, just a few weeks, you know.
I would imagine, maybe by registration opening, somewhere around that period of time, I would
for the
maybe
Javelina?
guess. Potentially.
Yep. That is the goal. So be on the lookout for that. And when you're done with the live stream viewing, make sure you go to our YouTube channel, not while you're watching, go there later and check out the trailer for the Cocodona documentary. It is epic and amazing, and you should watch it. And I hope you guys are getting excited for the release of the film.
I think what we'll do is, before we wrap the program, once everyone is finished, we can play it at the end, kind of wrap up this program.
So it looks like Bib 711 was through Jackass at like 9:39. So they are also going to be pretty close.
Yeah.
Anyone who isn't through Rattlesnake at this point, or Rattlesnake, I apologize. Anyone who isn't through Rattlesnake.
Oh, here we go.
Right,
this looks like this is kind of what you start to see in golden hour. Perfect example. Someone who clearly is hurting, but pushing through, and who knows for how long that this runner has been compensating like this, but they are going to make it finish 100 miles out here in the desert today. So we potentially have 4 runners that still have not made it to, actually potentially 5 that have not made it through Rattlesnake, that made it through Jackass Junction. And 33 runners that are through Rattlesnake inbound to the finish. So we'll probably see over 30 more finishes here in the next hour.
Yeah.
Which is
going to be a great
approximately one every 2 minutes. So it's going to be pretty lively. There's a lot to see, just like this gentleman right here. Did we catch his bib number or not quite?
I don't think so.
Okay. I guess if we get some audio from Chris, we could potentially... Chris, can you hear me? What bib number is this runner?
I don't think we can currently get a read on the bib number.
Yeah,
but
we'll just have to. We'll see once he crosses.
He's getting the high fives as he continues through Tent Village, and it looks like we've got another person coming through here that just passed this gentleman. So we will have another finisher coming in here in just a matter of moments.
Oh, and he's starting to jog it in now. You can feel that pull of that finish line.
And is this our next finisher here on the finish line cam? Yep.
So there was one just ahead of him.
We just had Jonathan Bullock finish. Not a golden hour finisher quite yet either, as he was in wave 2, finished in 29:56:54.
Coming on in.
Here is our next finisher here. Looks like we just had Jesus Hernandez.
There's 2 of them in a row right here. It looks like he made it.
Then we had Cody Law finish there.
So Jesus, I think.
And then
No,
Alan
Alan.
Sue.
Alan is the
finished right
one.
there.
Was that the one that was kind of having the leg issue?
I believe so.
279 from Oceanside, California. That's all the information we have on him.
Yeah,
at the
and
moment.
that was another official golden hour
Mm.
finisher. The other runners were in wave 2, so they finished in under 29 hours, but they're here. They're part of our golden hour coverage in our party here, and we've got another finisher coming in here. And those are some pretty good costumes. We have
Absolutely.
a cowboy and a horse.
Jubilee looks pretty excited about this one.
Precious Moreland with the finish. Bib 48, and I'm getting an update here that Bib 711, who we were just checking in on, has now made it through Rattlesnake with an hour, 1 minute, and 17 seconds to make it to the finish. So it's going to be very close.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that is a wave 2 runner.
Yep. So
Carson Galloway.
it's going to be
That might be our
it's going to be tough
down
right?
to the wire. Do we want to go to Rattlesnake Ranch real quick to see if they're still through, or did they pass? I don't know if we can actually get a view, but we had one of our final runners pass through Rattlesnake Ranch that will have a shot at it. All right, well, it looks like that feed's frozen. We tried to pull it up, so we'll just hang here at the finish line. Bring you as many finishes here as we are just moments away from Wave 2 Golden Hour, the official start of our Golden Hour here, the Javelina 100 live stream 2021. So join us for the next 1 hour of probably the most riveting endurance watching experience of the fall season.
Yeah, I mean,
Where else are you gonna get this?
Yeah, I mean, where else are you going to get jokes like rattlesnakes? You know?
Only here.
Only here. There's only one place to be.
Kevin Lara in the chat. Any takers for best costume this year? We missed that in the awards ceremonies, but we can, I guess, check our social feed potentially for that. I might even do that myself.
And we are taking a live look here at some more of our runners as they are coming in through Tent City towards the finish line at Javelina headquarters to cap off their 2021 Javelina 100 experience. It looks like they are approaching the finish here.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Oh, and a sprint finish. And we have a finisher coming in here.
It's really echoey and kind of weird. I don't know.
And we've got our next finisher coming in here. And that was Nicholas Robertson, who we just had finish. We got some more finishers coming in here. And this is... Oh, this was, yeah, the person who was wearing... Oh, I forget what it was called, but it is German attire.
Yeah, it's like Lederhosen.
Vanessa in the chat, who's done a lot of our virtual events, let me know.
Oh,
that
awesome.
was Joshua Wiley.
He had those flags strapped to his pack the entire race.
Yeah, when I saw him at an aid station, he had him like wrapped up. And we've got another finisher coming in right now. And that was Chrissy Vickerman. Here we've got a look at our next finisher. Lederhosen was the name of it. Thank you, Rob, for letting me know. That was Stephanie Frazier, who we just had finished there. And we've got, I believe, another finisher coming through right here. They're just funneling in. Mr. Jim Nail with the finish there.
Should have audio for Chris now, FYI. I think I got it into the scene though. All right.
It took 100 races to get it.
Right. Andre, would that be the Keeping Aravaipa in Business Award?
All right, we've got a follow shot following a runner and pacer, or maybe two runners, we're not sure, into the final loop through the parking lot.
Yep, so they're going to go through that big tent on the left
Actually,
there.
I'm going to call it the event village, not the parking lot. Headquarters.
Yeah. Yeah, parking lot. You actually aren't allowed to park there unless you had the RV
The RV
camping
pass
stuff,
is the only way, not even in staff. I mean, you can see people pulling in now as they are driving over and loading up their supplies. You can see it's clearing out quite a bit. And yeah, by tomorrow morning, there will barely be any evidence that this event even took place, which is pretty incredible.
Yeah.
There they go through that tent, out the other side, and they're almost there. Here's a view inside the tent, which is pretty rad. And there they go on the home stretch.
They are just a little, a hop, skip, and a jump away from coming into the finish line now.
Got some crews enjoying themselves, cheering and rooting them on.
It looks like we should have our next finisher coming in momentarily here.
And we are up to 78 degrees.
So we may get to 80 by the last finisher.
Yeah, it's going to be close, but I think we're going to do it.
And here we go. Let's see who these finishers were. We had Juan Serna finishing right there. Bib 845.
So we also had, looks like George Lind through Rattlesnake 29:00:30. And we still have potentially 3 runners still not through Rattlesnake. That could be a timing error. We're unsure.
More than you want. You lost a few pounds. Well, I hope so. Yeah. That's the goal. I did it yesterday with the elites. And, you had to run that. Well, this is every bit as heart rate inducing, I'll tell you that. Because this is more emotional. Right. Just being here gets me. I mean, I walked up to start my shift and started crying right away.
You should be hearing some words from Chris Warden out there.
Amazing. Well, you got business. Go grab the buckle. Thanks, bud. Congratulations.
And here we see our next finisher coming in to the finish line here. And that was Eric Olson, who just came through. You see him there on the right of your screen.
(29:09) official time. And next up, we should see, could be Mark Moromisato or Nicholas Saris.
It looks like our next runner is in, both of them coming through Tent Village and are making their way to the finish line here.
Congratulations.
So here's our finish line cam. Was that a woman coming in?
It appeared so.
So Danny Jones potentially. We'll see who it actually is. There's a finish.
That was Danny Jones.
And then right behind, Rhett Smith.
No, James Marinas.
James Marinas.
Bib 298.
Yep. And that's a 29:11 finish time there.
Danny Jones threw down.
She did, because she came up from, she passed
52 minutes.
I think she passed 6 or 7 people in that last stretch.
52-minute split from Rattlesnake to the finish.
Yep.
Which is pretty doggone good. And
looks like we have 4 women remaining that could make this in time. Ivy Castillo, Rebecca Rome, Leslie Astle, and Jennifer Bergican.
And we just saw Nicholas Saris finish, bib 904 there in 29:11. So most of our runners now are Wave 2 runners. So they will have about 48 minutes remaining on their golden hour before they hit their cutoff.
Yeah, we got someone keeping tabs on Jennifer, bib 165. That would be Jennifer Bergikin. She went through Rattlesnake at 28:42 elapsed. So she is currently our final female runner who could possibly make this before the cutoff ensues.
It looks like we just had Doug Baldwin come through the finish. Bib 282.
And looks like on deck we have Mark Moramisato, Rhett Smith, Brian Medley, John Beard, Rodney Lake, Patrick Grangs, Arthur Arnold, and Mark Zerhusen. They're all within about 10 minutes of one another, so we should be seeing them coming up next.
A hell of a year, man. We've been following it on live. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. So, well, you know, if you
There's something going on at Rattlesnake Ranch here. Looks like one of our runners coming through, potentially getting iced down. Yep. Looks like two runners, actually. These might be the two runners that were together. Do you see what bib number that is?
Yeah, we were thinking
I don't.
Yeah, no, you're right.
You got it.
You're right.
you can do it, man.
240 and 803, maybe.
He's thinking that. Do you want some electrolytes?
I'll fill that when you're done with it.
You want to fill that with like electrolytes?
So Sonia Glover went through Rattlesnake 29:14. And it looks like these are our final two. We got Jose Abarca, and Timothy Walls. They are right now at Rattlesnake. And it looks like they are getting iced down and will likely continue. They may be over cutoff to the official finish, but it looks like they are going to get this 100 miles done one way or the other. And we are now officially at 79 degrees Fahrenheit.
I think you're going to get there.
Dude, the stride of a champion.
We are back at headquarters here. You can
This pace
see
we talk about.
little compensating going on here for this runner, but gonna make it.
I think we got our next
You're in year
runner
8?
coming into the finish.
Year 8?
Here, we will
For
get
Western
an
States?
update for you on who
Yeah,
that
I'm in year
is.
4 myself. So best of luck to you this December.
That was Brian Rathbun, who just came through the finish, bib 201.
Looks like
Hey,
this
Steven,
gentleman with two
Sonia
of his
just checked in
pacers.
at Rattlesnake Ranch. Congratulations.
And we've got a
Grab that
couple
buckle,
runners
okay?
coming in now in the same
Well
shot
done.
here.
Yep, and we are going to see them cross the finish here momentarily.
Let's take a look at them, and then once we have a second, we've got an aerial shot of some other runners that are approaching headquarters. But here we go. You got two folks finishing together right there, both in the 100-mile race. That was Brian Medley and Rodney Lake, so 321 and 491.
And then we also just had Mark Moramasato finish there as well in 29:17:38.
And on deck is Rhett Smith.
And I know we've got some folks in the chat, or Tracy in the chat is pulling for Rhett, so we're gonna hopefully see him.
Rhett
coming
the
in soon.
Jet, no less.
Gosh, I wish I had a cool name like that. Finish strong, Rhett the Jet. Let's go.
Maybe we can get to that aerial shot for just a second. You can see here the stream of runners approaching headquarters here. That has got to be a welcome sight at this point. If you can see that, you know you're going to make it within the golden hour here.
Congratulations.
Didn't catch that, but this could be Rhett the Jet, quite possibly, coming on in.
He's getting ready to come into
Rhett,
the finish
we
here.
do hard things. Son?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's get to that finish line cam if we can. There we go. Got that finish in the bag. And that was Rhett the Jet himself. Why I'm running Javelina? Because I wanted my first 100-mile race to be around the desert I grew up in. As a therapist, I use a lot of my running adventures in my therapy work to help clients grow, and I'm super anxious about this being my first 100. Got it done from McKinney, Texas. Welcome home. Next up on deck, we have John Beard, Patrick Grangs, Arthur Arnold, and Mark Zerhusen. And we can see some of them coming in right now.
Some of them, maybe all of them.
Maybe all of them. That is a pack right there.
Yeah.
We might see a race here developing. Oh, yeah, dropping bottles.
Oh, dropping bottles.
Oh,
They're
this
gonna
is
throw
happening
down.
right here.
Let's see the last 200 meters.
Some of these are pacers. Some of these are. There are, I think, at least 3 runners right here, all in a row. Yes. How long have these guys been chasing and jockeying for position? We don't know if we'll ever know.
No,
But they
like,
might be working together too.
well, this is like NASCAR racing right now. They're like in the draft.
Yes. The guy in second is definitely drafting. Little fist pump, little word of encouragement. Oh, yeah. There's some stoke level here.
Just want to see him, bro. Oh, here comes the pass.
Yep. Taking the inside lane. He's not going to give an inch here. He's pulling in front.
This is just fascinating.
Doesn't get much more exciting than this, folks.
I just want to know if we're going to see a sprint finish.
Oh, you know it.
As they're getting
And they're
ready
going
to
through the
come
tent.
through
There
the
might be
tent.
a...
And once they come through the tent here.
Yeah, there
They
might be a
won't
pass
have
at the tent.
much-
Oh,
oh.
here we go.
Oh, man. This is
Pacer on the left, but he's right on his heels. He's just waiting for that moment to pass.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can hear some audio here. Bucket hat for the win.
Good though.
It is so close, folks. Looks like we're going to maybe lose our shot here temporarily. He's going back out to the desert, so we're going to have to look for our finish line shot.
I just saw him at the expo. Talk about a missed opportunity, right?
All right, let's transition to our finish. Here we go. Who's it going to be? They might want to clear out of the way. This could get wild.
I mean, we got the Pope blocking our view. The Pope is the wonderful Jubilee Page, who is doing an amazing job. I just want to know, are we going to see a sprint to the finish?
Oh, I sure hope so. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, swinging wide.
Go, come on.
Oh my. Okay.
Oh, man.
No.
That
They
was
just
still pretty close.
they
We just
maintained.
had
Oh yeah.
3 right in a row there.
That's great. So who did we have?
We had John Beard, Patrick Grangs,
Jim Cross?
and then I think Jim Cross. And so those 3 gentlemen all finished within 6 seconds of one another.
Yeah, and they were all in the same wave.
Amazing.
So they still, they were in wave 2, so they had about 40 minutes to spare, a little under that. So John Beard here, I love running in the desert. This will be my 5th year in a row because I still can. That's amazing. I could torture you with a little, very little, Bach on the cello. Favorite Halloween movie is Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice is solid. I think whatever that Halloween workout video was might take the cake, though.
That's the winner so far. Patrick Grangs from Sierra Vista, Southern Arizona, and then Jim Cross all the way from Virginia. Those folks all getting it done. We now officially have all of our athletes, I believe, inbound from Rattlesnake. We have 10 more athletes that are inbound that had 1 hour or more to finish, and then we have 3 athletes that have about 45 minutes. So unless they really pick it up, that's going to be challenging. But here we go. We've got another athlete, possibly athlete and pacer, possibly 2 athletes here inbound into headquarters. You can see this little stretch of trail leading on in our golden hour of the Javelina 100. We're still waiting for it to tick up to 80 degrees, but it could happen any minute here.
Yes, it could. That was your prediction was that it would get to 80, and I'm feeling pretty confident with your prediction there. So you can see our next runners here coming into Javelina headquarters. Sherry in the chat, when does registration open for 2022? I believe that is January 1st.
Yep.
So set your reminders, mark your calendars, leave sticky notes all over your house. Do whatever you need to do.
Prepare your costume now.
Yeah.
Whatever you need to do. So here we go, the final lap through Javelina headquarters for some of these athletes. When you've hit it at this point, you know, and I think I see Pickle Man.
Yeah, and it looks like we have a runner ahead of these two who
he's got some legs on him.
He's running pretty strong right now.
On the Chris Cam. There we go. Look at this. And still has like the hoodie on.
And he is coming to the finish line here shortly.
Oh, now he's
he's like, oh, I did it for the live stream. That's all.
Just gonna walk it in
I'm
at
gonna
this
walk
point.
it in. I'm gonna enjoy it. If you're gonna walk it in though, you should do the rope thing. You know,
the rope
I thought
thing
that was really cool.
That was quite creative.
And we got a finisher here.
So this could very well be Arthur Arnold or Mark Zerhusen.
And it was Arthur Arnold, followed very closely by Jesse Tellez.
Huh.
Bib 227. So they were separated by just a mere 10 seconds. He may have come from further back at one point because he looked like he was running pretty well there.
Interesting.
Right at the end. So
Yep, we've got one of our next women. So we have 4 women remaining. They were all right near each other. Well, actually, no, they were a bit spread out, but there should be 4 women that are still inbound. Well, actually 5. Sonia is a few minutes back. We'll see
And
if she
here
makes
they
it.
come to the finish line here.
Let's get that finish cam up. Perfect. There we go.
And that was
Some emotions there.
Ivy Castillo, 29 hours, 28 minutes, and 19 seconds there.
All right, we got a little bio on Ivy here. Why am I running? To get my first buckle, after which I can victoriously quit running 100 milers. One and done, or so they say. Also, fun fact, during the pandemic, I learned how to paddleboard, ride a bike, and solo paraglide. Adventurous. And favorite Halloween movie, Ghostbusters.
Solid choice.
Looks like one of our other women inbound. Maybe 2, actually. 2 of them inbound. So this could be, we've got Rebecca Rome, Leslie Astle, and Jennifer Bergkin. And they are exchanging some words. And looks like here's another one coming in. So we got some Sonia fans in the chat. They are counting on her to get it done.
Looks like we have a number of people
Look at this.
who are entering Javelina headquarters from the desert trail here.
Shout out to our team capturing these images. This is some just awesome footage of Golden Hour. This is what it's all about right here. These folks have been out here longer than anyone this weekend. Did not quit, did not give up, all the way to the end. Says they think it's Jen and Pacer out there.
Yeah, and it looks like we have our next finisher getting ready to come in on that finish cam here shortly.
Looks like solid energy still at that finish line.
Yeah, and here we go. Here is our next finisher.
This might be Rebecca.
And that is Rebecca Rame with a finish time of 29 hours, 30 minutes, and 47 seconds.
And we just hit 80 degrees.
Boom.
Here we go. Why I'm running Javelina? Because running in hell is not an option. Just kidding. I've been told that it is a fun race to run as your first 100 miler. So congrats on getting that first one done. Fun fact, I was the mascot for my high school during my senior year. And we've got a favorite TV episode from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Who got Dee pregnant?
We are checking out our drone footage again of runners making their way to Javelina headquarters. You can see the big tent over in the distance.
Yeah, some of our folks still coming in. Mark Zerhusen, Leslie Astle, Jennifer Birchkin, Val Carillon, Carson Galloway, George Lind, Sonia Glover, and then our final 2 that we just saw minutes ago at Rattlesnake Ranch, Timothy Walls and Jose Abarca. Rooting for Sonia. All right, so these two women here, this should be Ivy, or no, Ivy already finished. Leslie and Jennifer. Making their way around here for the final time.
And we are less than 30 minutes away from the finish of our golden hour.
It must be muted on his end. Chris, can you unmute? He may not be able to hear us. I've got it turned up. All right, here we go. These folks are moving quite well, I would say.
Yeah, it's the I think it's the energy of Javelina headquarters helping get some of these folks, get them a little more pep in their step.
Corinne Malcolm sharing some thoughts. Stoked to be out at the race. This is from Twitter. There were triumphs. There were races that didn't go as planned. There were good friends. And oh my goodness, something, but it disappeared. You like that?
Classic. Is that what she actually said?
I will pull it up to get the full quote.
Man.
We don't want to misquote here. It'll come back around. I got it pulled up here. It says, oh my goodness, there was dancing. I can't wait to get the green light to race, y'all, because this sport is magic.
Love it.
All right, come on, Jen. First hundo is within reach. Go, go, go. Got some fans in the chat here. So this might be Mark.
Yeah, it looks like we have runners coming into the finish here. We just missed. Let's see who these finishers that are just crossing through here are.
That was Mark Zierhusen.
George Lind.
Oh, that was George Lind. 29:50:45.
So he was a wave oneer, right?
Interesting. And 50-minute split. So it is possible to pick it up. So George Lind, local here, says, marathons are too short. This is my first ultra of any kind. So I figured, why not go for a 100-miler at my first? I'm a professional poker player and sports bettor. Favorite Halloween movie is just Halloween.
Classic.
That's bold. Just going to go straight. It's like the Taggart Van Etten move. Just going to go straight to 100.
Yeah. Just you gotta be bold sometimes, you know?
Looks like we have someone coming in here. These are women. Looks like it. So Leslie and Jennifer. Running every step in here down the chute. There it is. Got it done. And here we go. Run it in as well. So that was Jennifer right there. So this should be Leslie. Oh, this is a pacer.
There we go. Jennifer Berkshin from Salt Lake City, Utah. And I believe the chat is letting us know that this is her first hundo. We
Got someone
another
else.
finisher coming in here.
There you go. Boom.
And that was Mark Zerhusen that we just saw finish there.
We were waiting for him for a while. He got it done, though.
That's all that matters.
22 minutes to spare.
Plenty of time, right?
Yeah. So we have 6 athletes left remaining to come in. And I know we do have that clock in the upper right hand if you are just joining us potentially. Even though that says 29:54, we did have a second wave that adds 15 more minutes. And a lot of these runners are in that second wave. So we're not quite down to the wire, but we're getting pretty close.
Fun note, Jennifer was also in wave 1, so she only had 7 minutes and 46 seconds to spare.
Nice. So yeah, this is really coming down to the wire for these folks. And they are kind of battling for an award.
Yeah. Do you think they're being strategic, or do you think they're competing with each other?
You know, it's tough to say. I think some runners, I've heard stories that they really want to get that award, so they purposefully slow down. It's a risky move, though, because if you don't time it right, you might mess it up. Works for me.
And so we are tuned into the finish line as we continue to wait for some of our final golden hour finishers here. Yeah, I just I saw Tina. Is it flat in the last few miles? Are there any climbs, downhills? I believe that the last few miles are mostly flat and a little bit of downhill into the finish. So I believe that's also why runners are able to kind of get a little bit more pep in their step in this last 3.5-ish mile segment here.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty smooth overall. I will say it can be a little deceivingly long for the cinch trail. I always forget how it goes, but yeah, if there ever was a section of trail on this course that you could pick up your step a little bit, this would be it.
Yeah.
So anything's possible here. You might even say some of these people might redefine.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see some magic here in the closing moments of the golden hour, as all of the participants are really redefining what they're capable of, you know?
Did you answer this one yet? Question on the screen.
What do they get for the last finisher? There's an award. Yeah.
That's it.
There's I don't know how to describe it. It's an award.
It's like a skeleton Grim Reaper. It's a Grim Reaper, basically.
But it's like colorful, kind of.
It's wearing a sparkly cloak.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
like bedazzled. It's a bedazzled Grim Reaper.
Yep. Which fits in perfectly with the dead last naming convention to the award, right? Rob Ricardo in the chat. Redefine what's possible. Thank you, Rob. It looks like we have a couple runners, possibly. Maybe one runner.
An entourage.
One runner and their posse here.
So for anyone that's in wave 1, you're running out of time.
Yeah, I mean, wave 1, you've got what? 80 seconds.
Yep.
So if you're in wave 1, you're gonna have to sprint to the finish.
Yeah, you better be in that home stretch right now, or you're in trouble. And that gives us just 16 minutes left till the conclusion of the 2021 Javelina 100. Thank you all for joining us and being with us here.
Yeah, it's been great being able to, essentially watch this race unfold with the viewers here.
It's been an exciting one from the start through the golden tickets and all the way now through the golden hour.
Yeah, this has
It's
been
an-
a
it's a
really
golden-
lively golden hour.
It's golden hour bonus or plus because you get the bonus 15 minutes, which is great. It really felt like it started about 2 hours to go, I think. There was already some grit being shown out there.
Yeah, and we've gotten like a pretty steady flow of finishers for, at least
Oh,
a
look
good
at this
90
shot.
minutes
So this
now.
is looking back on the cinch trail here. You can see it's just a nice little ribbon of smooth trail, and crisscrosses that little wash there multiple times. And you can see that this runner here is, I can't tell if it's just the lagging of the feed, but they're in a solid hike.
Yeah.
I think they know their pace is going to get them there at this point, and they are pretty confident, but still looking over the shoulder a little bit.
Yeah, and so they're probably focused currently on moving as quickly as they can while keeping it together.
Yep, and so the cinch trail will meet up with the Escondido trail here as the drone pulls back. They're going to take a right turn, and it's, I would say, a quarter mile to go, but it'll give you a little idea of where they are coming from, this little valley in between these rolling hills here at McDowell Mountain Regional Park. And there you go. You can see behind the hills of the McDowell Mountain Range and kind of that gently sloping downhill. And there is, you can see headquarters. There's that trail junction to the Escondido. And you kind of got to get moving there. That's 14 minutes to cover that distance.
Yeah. It's going to be close.
Let's go. Great shot here. Tony giving us some nice perspective on what's remaining here for this runner in particular in that blue top.
It looks like a decent chunk.
Yeah, at first I was like, no problem. And then now I think he needs to maybe throw down a couple jogging steps, if possible.
Yeah, definitely. I would recommend that. And who knows, maybe he's just saving up for when he hits headquarters to give it a little snappy finish.
Yeah. Now, we're not sure which runner that is. If you recognize them, please let us know. And we don't know how many are in front of or behind him. We kind of, I think, lost track a little bit. But here we go. This runner is coming in to the finish. Getting it done here.
Yeah, coming in here.
A little tough to tell. I guess this is our runner right here. Yeah, because they have the wristband on. So this is one of 6 remaining on course at this point. So that looks like there's two runners here. One is going to be in the orange shorts. That's going to be Leslie, 61 years old.
And they should be coming around towards the finish here in just a minute. And so we have just under 12 minutes left in the golden hour here.
All right, this is going to be exciting. I think it's going to be extra exciting too because we can get some of those eyes on those folks way out there to see if it's even going to happen. I think we'll know maybe in advance a little bit.
Yeah, and
but
here we go. We got a couple runners coming in here with minutes to spare.
You can see a little bit of a lean and trying to hold yourself up, but you got it done. Leslie, congratulations. And we'll see who she was with there, kind of working together in that home stretch. I think was that another runner or maybe not?
That was Leslie Astle and Val Caroleon. So they finished in 29:49:02 and 29:49:03. So bib 132 and bib 9.
So interesting. We had two other runners from wave 1 that actually their times were slower.
Yeah. Yeah, because Jennifer only had a little over 7 minutes.
Yep.
When she finished because.
So we are looking next up for Carson Galloway. So I wonder if that's who we saw out there in the blue top, if that was Carson Galloway. And Carson left 28:58:43 through Rattlesnake, so had 1 hour, 1 minute to complete the distance, and looks like that is about what people are taking, so I think that is likely to be him. And I don't know, I think Tony is trying to look for Sonia, Jose, and Timothy. And that may be, looks like someone is moving.
There's definitely someone moving.
And maybe moving decent, like pushing. It looks like, I don't know, a little tough to tell with the scale here, but it looks like it is a run. So they're going to crisscross this dry wash here. And we are down to just 10 minutes. I just don't know if there's going to be enough time here.
Yeah, I think in an ideal world, you would be at headquarters or entering the headquarters.
Yeah, I don't know that we've
right?
timed it, but it's got to take several minutes, like maybe at least 5.
Yeah.
5 to 7 minutes to make your way around there.
So it's gonna be close.
And we do have eyes on our in the parking lot. We're scanning, so don't worry. We'll go to someone if we see them. But again, we are within 8 minutes of the end here. Oh, that seemed pretty far out. You can see that's a distance.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You got to crisscross that creek a couple times. Because were they pretty far up there? He's going to zoom in a bit. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably still a mile and a half out.
Yeah, it seems like that's a long ways.
So the race officially ends for those of you here.
We do have a runner on the Chris Cam here, I believe, or was that just a passerby? Must have been a passerby because Chris
the time officially ends at 12:15. That is our second wave that went off. There's 30 hours to finish. So yeah, you can see some people in sight, but they are not close to the finish at this point. It does look like they are running pretty, wow, they are actually moving really strong. Is there like 2 or 3 people there? It looks like 3 figures. They are giving it their all right now.
That's amazing.
And this is going to be the scenic trail turn onto the cinch trail. So they have to make a right-hand turn here. And there they go.
Yeah, they've still just got a ways to go.
Oh, it looks like there's like 5 people out there. Maybe a couple people just out.
Pacers, possibly.
Maybe pacers, maybe just going out to see what's happening. It could be. Could very well be. So we are just down to 6 minutes.
As we wait in suspense.
Yep.
Because we do still have a runner that was ahead of these.
Correct.
Runners who.
And we still haven't seen them enter headquarters, which means they're cutting it close.
Correct.
Oh, wait, we have someone at the finish?
Yep.
Someone just crossed the finish line. There we go. So Chris must have.
The guy that Chris passed.
And
Chris
didn't
saw
see
it.
the bib,
Yeah,
maybe.
Didn't see the bib, maybe.
So that was Carson Galloway. 29:54:12. So finish with about
5
6
minutes.
minutes to spare.
Yeah.
And so now all eyes are. Well, once he finishes here, it might. Oh, 5-time finisher jacket too there. For Mr. Carson Galloway, potentially. That's the only reason that Jubilee would be handing them a jacket. So we are waiting Sonia Glover, Timothy Walls, Jose Abarca, and they might be working together. And in the final mile of the race right now, and we have 5 minutes to go. It looks like they were running in a pack, and they are maybe now spreading out as they all push their hardest right now. Ooh.
This is amazing.
I think they're really pushing. Trying to make the cutoff right here. They know they have 5 minutes to spare here. It's not often that you actually get to see people making the push. You know they're making the push, and you don't see them until they come around the final corner. But this is probably 1 mile out or less than 1 mile out. Yeah, I mean, a beer mile is... Well, actually, we are now under the beer mile world record. We're talking about 4 minutes, so... I mean, if they have less than a mile to go, at this point, it's going to be real tough.
It is going to be tough. But we will stay tuned.
We're not breaking away from this. And it looks like maybe that pack has split up a little bit. There is probably a runner and pacer here. There's some urgency in these steps. I just saw a hashtag that was interesting. Scroll by. And here's your view. We are down to 3 minutes. Running with Pete has a comment here in the YouTube chat encouraging these folks to push. I think this might be the final dry river crossing. Wow. Oh, look at this. Is there a flag being carried?
Yeah.
All right. Come on, sprint like you stole it. Let's get to that finish line, guys and gal. So you see him pan up. You can see what's left. There's not a lot left, but
But there's a lot left.
There's a lot
still,
left for
you
2
know?
minutes remaining.
Yeah.
I think even with an e-bike, it would be impossible.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a challenge.
So I guess at this point, we're going to be looking to see how close they will be at the end. And with 90 seconds to go, and you can see the headquarters in the distance, I think it's safe to say that it's not going to happen for them. But that means our dead last finisher is going to be Carson Galloway, who you just saw in the blue top. Also taking home what looks like as a 5-time finisher jacket, but we are not going to end the stream. We are going to keep on these folks and watch them come all the way in. Well, if you're cutting it this close, you've probably known for several hours that you've been fighting the cutoffs, and you can see right here, I think we have all 3 of our final runners and pacers here in this shot. Wow, this is incredible. And we are just down to 45 seconds left before the final cutoff. As we zoom out, you can see what they have left. So the cinch trail here will tie in. That little ribbon of single track is going to tie in with the Escondido trail. As this aerial right there, you can see that person standing at the junction to point them home. And then that wider trail is Escondido, and that will wrap around back to headquarters. And then, as you've seen it many times, that final loop through the village. And you know there is going to be a lot of cheering for these folks. There's quite a few people on the trail, so it's tough to say if one of these is a runner and the others are supporters. But most likely, I think it was that final pack at the end. So here we go. We just crossed the end of the race. What's going out there?
What has happened? Do we have someone finishing right now? Nope, that is.
No, that's
That
yeah.
is
That's just someone around
that's
headquarters.
just someone around. They scared me though.
Was that what went out there? That looked pretty fast. Was that a bike?
I don't know.
So they're going to zoom into the finish. Oh, low battery on the drone, you think? Yeah. Well, he probably has time to swap one more time. So Jubilee right there, I think, is calling out probably the official end of the race. And we may be off by a few seconds here, but there you can see it click over. 0-0 on the clock. So time has expired, but hopefully we will. Well, we're not going to shut. Hopefully they don't shut down our stream. I don't think they will, because I think they're gonna wait to welcome these folks in. So we are going to hang here, and we might get one more aerial shot here. We'll see if they have another battery to swap out. Otherwise, we will stick here on this static cam. We are, of course, through golden hour now, and we are a little bit over time, but we are going to stick this out and see these final folks come across. Oh, that's interesting. One of them... We only have 2 left now, apparently. I don't know. Oh, they're just listing them as DNFs at this point in the timing software. So they won't get an official finish time here, but they will have unofficially still completed 100 miles. And it looks like the dead last award is being handed out to Carson Galloway, 29:54.12. and that is 1 minute and 58 seconds behind Jennifer, who was our wave one dead last, I guess. So here we go. We have Carson Galloway's profile. Says, it is my favorite ultra, and that is why you also saw him get that jacket. His favorite animal is raccoons, is a fun fact, and Scream is his favorite Halloween movie.
Classic.
So a couple note of thanks to our entire team, not only at Aravaipa, but on our live stream media marketing team for putting all this together. Of course, Matt here helping with a lot of the back-end coordination between our volunteers and communications. We have Blaine Corey over here with our graphics package and behind the scenes. Tony Hill doing our aerial work this weekend, and so many more folks that were involved in this. So thank you all to all of our volunteers that jumped in the final few weeks leading up to the event and were out there with boots on the ground, running around, staying up all hours of the night, giving us these shots. And finally, for all of you for tuning in, there's still 158 of you here, which is amazing. And we can't wait to see these final three come across the finish line. We got a couple of our photographers still hanging out. Jubilee still hanging out here, waiting before we begin the breakdown process.
And so again, we should be seeing these final runners probably in the next 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes, just depending on how well they're continuing to move now that they are past the cutoff.
I mean, we know our drone pilot saw the runners, so we'll see. Yep, here we go. Looks like it's going back up. So we're going to get a bird's eye view of where these folks are. Jubilee is, oh, they are getting, maybe they're closer than we think. I mean, we are 5.5 minutes. Oh, look at this. They might be on the home stretch already. Look at this.
We're going to get a human tunnel?
We're getting a human spirit tunnel here.
Classic.
Okay, here we go. We got a drone in the sky. Oh, wow, this is a scene happening. They're about to enter through the big tent.
Oh, man.
Oh, this is a pack. I think we have a race to the finish. Oh, I hope that comes back. Here we go. They're exiting the tent. Look at this. We got the flag flying. It's tough to tell who's a runner. I think that might be Sonia with the American flag.
Yeah.
Here we go. We have two or three filmers. We've got pacer. We've got support crew making it in. Sonia is, oh, it went away.
673.
Thank you. So here we go. We are 7 minutes over the 30-hour cutoff. These runners are not giving up. They are marked as DNF already. So here we go. You can see the finish line is in sight here. What a support crew, what a support team, and the entire staff and volunteer team has assembled to welcome these final unofficial 100-mile finishers. Here we go. All the remaining crews are out here. Look at this. Oh, wow. Look how many people are out here. A grand entrance.
Amazing.
And there we go, 100 miles. Let's see if we can get some audio out there. Yeah, I unmuted it. Oh, I need to control it. Yeah, I'll try and get that going. I don't know if we're getting any audio from it. Oh, wait. Yeah. I don't know. I don't see anything. Pushing and pushing, pushing to try and make it, and probably just sheer exhaustion at this point.
Yeah, definitely.
I've unmuted it. Here we go. We got another runner coming in. I think these are our final two because they came in together.
Yep.
At the final aid, so. So this is going to be Jose Abarca and Timothy Walls. They are now in the final home stretch of their Javelina 100 experience, valiantly pushing.
They
and at this point,
yeah, just now entering kind of headquarters area once they pass those bathrooms that we just saw.
Yep,
So
there's our camp hosts right there. So they're getting close to the large tent and making the rounds. And this is just the heart of the sport right here.
Yeah, no, this is amazing. Amazing to see, you know, these individuals still pushing as hard as they can, even past the cutoff, and really seeing what they are made of and what they can accomplish still, you know?
I can hear him now. Chris! Here we go. They're through the tent.
Big tent here.
So we're about 12 minutes past the hour, so to speak. Here we go in the final home stretch.
Our final two runners here making their way to the finish, they'll be a little bit over cutoff, but will, still, know that they gave it their all, and will know that they traversed the entire 100 miles of the Javelina 100.
All right, they're picking it up here. You can see him coming into the chute here with everyone cheering them on into the finish. Final two to cross the line here at the 2021 Javelina 100. And there it is. Jose and Timothy, well done.
Yeah, amazing job, amazing effort. Just really like pushing themselves to see what they could do out there.
Absolutely. It looks like Jubilee is about wrapping things up down there. Probably calling an end to the festivities. Got a shout out from Vicky here. You bet. We loved covering this race this year. It was our first attempt at covering the Javelina 100 live, but that makes it 2 for 2 this year, covering our golden ticket events for Aravaipa running. So we're proud to work on this and provide some of these insights to share with all of you. We hope to continue to improve into the future. Have anything else to add?
No, I mean, it's been a lot of fun.
Yep.
I think that getting to share so many of these stories from, again, from the golden ticket winners to these final runners here has been a joy. And I'm glad that everyone has enjoyed it a little bit,
Yep, most definitely. So yeah, we encourage you, if you want to join us next year at the 2022 Javelina 100, it will be the last weekend in October. Come out for the Halloween party and join in on the fun. Before we wrap the coverage, I think we should throw out there the trailer for the Cocodona doc inaugural year. What do you think?
Love it. Let's do it.
All right. I'm going to cue that up, and then we'll bring it back, and we'll kind of wrap things.
You can look at somebody's face when you say 257-mile running race, and they're like, yeah, and they don't really, it doesn't connect,
The first steps of the inaugural Cocodona 250, I literally have goosebumps right now watching the start of this.
This is a race that starts in the desert, and in the first 50K, you climb 10,000 feet. There's not a lot of 50Ks out there that have that much climbing, and that's just the start of this thing.
I mean, this is like ultra running, like 1974, like come out here and see what you can do, and like, if you can't do it, it's your own goddamn fault.
I think this could be, one of the biggest races in the States, easily.
It's amazing to see just some idea in your head come to life and actually manifest itself into the world.
100-milers are great. This is such a more deep experience.
If you try to think of every situation that you could over the next 3-4 days, there'll be something crazy that you've never thought of, so you just don't even bother.
In today's society, we're supposed to not do things that we're gonna fail at. And that's why it's special that people were like, inaugural year, 255 miles, probably more. Yeah, let's try it. It's awesome.
My role at this race was to add to the story. And it feels good to feel like I finally maybe lived up to my end of the bargain.
Wow. Get chills every time I watch that.
I've seen that trailer probably a dozen times now, and I still get goosebumps every time I see it.
Yeah.
And the film is going to be just as epic.
Yeah. I think every time I watch it, I love it more and more, and I can't wait to see the full thing. So stay tuned. November 19th drops on the Aravaipa Running YouTube channel. Global premiere.
Yep.
Check it out, and then consider joining us for Cocodona in 2022, whether that is as a participant or a crew, pacer, volunteer, live streamer, anything and everything.
I knew you'd throw the live stream back out there.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Getting carried away right now. Well, now we're just speechless.
I know that trailer just leaves us with no words. But now that things have wrapped up here at Javelina headquarters, it's probably time for us to wrap things up here in studio as well.
Yeah, maybe get back to a little bit of rest. Oh, we do have one final check-in here from Chris, potentially. We might as well go to that. Chris was another instrumental piece and role in the production of this year's event. Can you hear us, Chris? Chris, if you have your headphones in, we need you to take those out of your phone because we can't hear you. Well, I can't hear them. I hope that the audience can. But
nope, no sound.
If I could speak for him, I would say thank you everyone for tuning in. It's been a pleasure to provide this for you. And just like I was saying, huge shout out to Chris. He's working feverishly on this and would not be possible without him.
Yeah.
As well as Blaine behind our graphics over here. Incredible work. So I think that's about it.
Yeah. No, it's been a lot of fun, and stay tuned for the next live streams, which will be coming up in just a couple short months with the Desert Solstice Track Invitational.
Yep, that'll be our next one, and then we'll look to next year and see what we do. Do you want to give it one more try for Chris because he has his earphones in again? We might as well, and then we can shut it down. He just takes them out right when we go to him. I was hearing him earlier. I don't know if he has himself muted or something. Nothing's changed on our end. Well, maybe we'll have to do a some sort of a get together with some of us. We can debrief and put out a video on the experience.
Yeah,
that's about all I got.
I think that's perfect.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. We'll see you in the future. Have a good one.
Bye.